Hello. Okay. Well, back at it. We're gonna continue the Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode run. This is for those of you who might see other content, this is a chance to take a break from the debate, take a break from the arguments, and just hang out, maybe chat a little bit, and then see if we can't complete this honor mode run on this game here, this Baldur's Gate 3. So far, it's going pretty good. I've had a few mishaps. But we find ourselves in a interesting situation, though. Let me just switch this over. There we go. So, I came to this, I think, what's this place called? It's like a Worm Rest. It's a place in the north, chapter 1. And there's an event here, and there's like fire and stuff. And I made the mistake of going back to camp. And I came back, and now there's supposed to be people here. Now they're no longer there. So I don't know what I'm going to find when I go in here. Because there's actually supposed to be a whole little event here. So hopefully I wasn't away too long for the game to think, or for the game to basically say, okay, well, all these people burned to death, basically. Because there's actually a really nice item that we would miss if that is the case, and that would be very sad. But yeah, I was thinking in video game logic. Okay, it's an event, so it won't trigger. I can go back to camp and screw around and look at bills, things like that, and then come back. But apparently no. Apparently this event is timed, to, at least to some degree. So let's see what happens. We're just gonna take we're not gonna take the whole party because there's some stuff that can happen here that can damage. So let's go see. Actually, broken door.
The heat coming off that door. Hoping it could spell trouble.
Shadowheart, come over here. Let's give that sucks.
Best be on my way. Think you can take me on?
She's dead. She's dead. That is unfortunate. Oh no. This is horrible. Well, I guess that means we're not getting the item. And we're also not getting the quest. Oh no, this is no good right here. There's also an item in here too that I didn't get. Ooh, some gold. Yeah, I think that chest is gone. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh no. So she burned alive. And that other guy burned alive too. Oh no. Oh, this is all horrible. Guess I'll get some food while I'm in here. I can't believe that happened. So she burned alive, and we are terrible heroes. Well, that's honor mode, I guess. Gotta take it as it comes. We're gonna save all the food, though. At least we're saving the food. We wouldn't want all this good food to go to waste, you know? It's disappointing.
The tracks converge here. 2, maybe 3 drow. At least one of ours. From here they went... Damn! It's all so confused.
Wipe away the tracks with your foot. That'd be a dick move. What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm trying to sort out what happened here. But I can't piece together much thanks to the fire. Nothing I didn't already know. Drow and goblins raided the inn and burned it to the ground. I'm trying to find out where they took the... what they came for.
Clearly you're in a rough spot. Tell me more now. Do this one.
Oh, damn it all. Half the Sword Coast probably knows by now.
The raiders kidnapped Grand Duke Ravengard of Baldur's Gate, killed his entire guard while they were at it.
That's
the
unfortunate.
councillor died too. This has all gone to the hells.
You wouldn't have happened to got any of those,
There were drow here, so my best guess...
She wouldn't have happened to
dark.
leave a really
And
cool
if they
weapon
took
with
him
you,
down
right?
there,
Before she died,
they'll
burned to
save
death.
him.
Alright, well, do you have anything to trade? No. Okay. See you later. Sorry for your loss. So they'll let us loot the goblins. They get really, if I remember right, they get really... Wait. Is this guy dead in here? Pretty sure this guy, there's no way to... Yeah, he's in... There he is. Yeah, he's dead. Well, lesson learned, I guess. Don't, start something like this and then assume a burning fire is going to wait for you to go back to your camp and have tea and look through your build list. That's really unfortunate. I wonder what that's... I have no idea what that's going to do story-wise. I think... Because you get...
Gods, look what they did to him. That could have been me.
Do you know him?
Ellie. He was a new recruit, but he was a flaming fist. That made us better than brothers.
Alright. Well, there's nothing we can do here, unfortunately. Not anymore. Dead goblin. Flaming fist. Dead goblin raider. Gonna leave all the goblins. And the drow.
Drow craft armor. No magic left though. Sun's too bright.
Guild arson, spiders, guild.
Open up.
Great God, help.
Got some
Allow us peace in
some
this
XP
time.
from that.
Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. Spoken, and so is it done.
A whole lot of goblins died in this raid. Oh, a potato. A carrot. What are the treasures? Well, there's clearly something around here. We all failed it. Do I still have... I do still have speak with animals. There's a animal over here to work with.
Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet.
What's the story?
My faith protects me.
Hey there.
What am I to do? You'd think some starving beast would.
Everyone is failing.
Untouched stack of hay. Mustn't be any horses around.
Everyone sucks.
At the ready.
Alright, whatever. Let's go talk to the cow in here, I guess.
Let's have a look. I won't have a word.
Monsters everywhere. Kill.
Calm down there. Hold on there, old Missy. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, surely I can do this.
No. You're not one of them at all.
No, yeah.
I was ready to run you through.
Doubt.
My mistake, friend.
No worries, friend. What happened here?
An attack. Monsters. Little ones and taller ones. They took the shiny one. He killed many.
Shiny one.
Yes. It was screaming, waving around its metal. I made him stop screaming.
Good on you. You want to join our party, bro? Did you make you the 5th member? Just run around and kill goblins?
Him? He was the biggest. Now I'm the biggest.
There you go. Top of the food chain. Alright, well, see you later, I guess. Now to the... Yeah, someone's moving around in there. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna deal with that guy.
Let's get on with it.
We're gonna open this. Fire wine barrel. It is a shame. Because it would be cool to, like... Fire wine barrel. Wooden barrel. Oil barrel. Fire one. Alright. We don't want to... We kind of want the XP from this guy, because he's expendable. So... We're just going to do this, I think. Stop that. I thought that would have killed him.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. If not over, then through.
It's level 4. He lived. Oh, wait. I just realized something. We didn't do... We didn't do the other thing. We actually have gnolls to deal with. We're level 4. We should go deal with the gnolls. Since we've
Something good here, I hope.
colossally screwed this place up. And missed out on all that XP. It's going to push our level 5 back a little bit, unfortunately. Let's go and deal with the gnolls. Let's see. The gnolls are right here. We can just... Let's just go down the road, actually. Go down the road, deal with the gnolls. Gotta go get a rest first, though, just make sure we're all fresh. Don't want to accidentally end our run with the gnolls. There's a risen road right there. There they are. Level 4. These are level 4 guys. Yeah, we gotta prep for this. Gonna go to camp. Rest up. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. Can't believe we lost all that progress. Sit there and meditate and think, oh great, another one of these.
I promised I'd be back.
Great.
Don't worry. I have things under control.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. So they all say. They all
You
think.
haven't been using the parasite's power.
No, I haven't. It's degeneracy.
You
It's,
think you don't need it.
I don't. I have the...
But things haven't gone
God
as you
is on my
expected.
side. I don't
You
need
hoped a druid as
your
powerful as Halsin might be
heretical
able to
ways.
remove your tadpole. But he couldn't. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
You're looking for love in all the wrong places. Yeah, tell me. How about you tell me who you are? Actually, I'm not giving you any information. I don't know you. Tell me who you are.
It's complicated.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
But I'm an adventurer. Just like you. Just like you. I was infected with a mind flayer parasite. Just like you. I seek to be free of it. But to do that, we'll need to think beyond local healers. Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you. You were lucky that Halsin knew this. His instincts are right. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
How do I destroy the source of the tadpole's magic?
I am not sure yet. To find the answers, we must first find the source. These parasites are more than a lithid spawn. They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant. Were it not for my protection, so would you.
How convenient. How is it that you're protecting me? That's a good question.
I have powers of my own. Unique powers. But know that we are alike. I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil. If we work together, we may turn this around. Hells, they need me. I have to go.
Well, this explains so much. I'm so glad that we had this conversation that you thought it was worth interrupting the sleepover. Yeah, what's going on over there?
The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. The cultists are gathering at Moonrise Towers. Use the powers your
All
parasite
roads
gives
seem
you
to lead to
convince them you are one of
Moonrise.
them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it. Go. Our freedom depends on it.
Hey, it's Scratch. He's here. What's up, Scratch? Pet the Scratch. Everyone likes it. Of course everyone. Even Shadowheart, the frigid bitch that she is, likes it. Pet him again. Just for good measure. Alright, bud. I got heretics to slay. You stay here in camp. Got our sword there. It's the only thing we got from that place. What a tragedy. Faded dry leather armor.
My faith will guide me.
Okay.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Time to do the buff up. The buff stuff. The buffing of the things. Talk to our little buddy over here.
This vessel is at thy
But the vessel only stares.
Take
You'll need to make room in your party.
Shadowheart's place.
This.
Come over here. Come stand right here. Gale. Come over here.
Stop me yet.
You come over here. You come over here.
Very well.
Everybody gets aid. And you get this. And that's pretty much it. This shovel needs to get aid too. There we go.
Is that blood? No.
Whoever's reaching out to us truly does seem opposed to the Absolute, but wants us to embrace the tadpole.
Yeah, it seems sus to me.
Right into the heart of the cult.
Yeah, sus.
We truly have a secret protector.
No.
Or we're walking into a trap.
It's the brain worms messing with you. Okay, just join me.
A bit crowded, don't you think? You'll need to swap out someone if you want me.
This weirdo can stay.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
How much farther can I go?
It's like her accent changed there for a moment. Alright, leave camp. Shadowheart wants to chat. Great. First, we need to get Gale going. Get his Shadow Blade. Get his Mage Armor. Get his spell slot back. What else? What else? You know, this could be a prime... Actually, they're all right there. I could just... kind of wombo combo them. I could hit them with grease. Then with that. Or I could cast grease and then... I wonder if I cast grease like right here. And then put the image in it if they would all run to it and slip. And then Cloud of Daggers on top of them. And we'd all be committed, and then we'd just do the CC. Just wobble combo them into the CC. I wonder if that would work.
Come on, let's go.
I wonder if that would work.
Looking ahead.
What do you want to talk about, Shadowheart?
There's something I've been wanting to share with you.
Oh.
Now's a good time?
Yeah. Why not? Spill your guts. You're voluntary. You're voluntary telling me something about yourself. Are you unwell? Is it the tadpole?
No. The opposite. I feel like I can share this with you. I've never felt that way before.
Oh, wow. We're special.
It's difficult to put into words. I think it might be easier to just show you.
Okay.
Use the tadpole. The connection. Come into my mind.
Sus use of wording there, but okay. Well, you don't have to ask me twice, I guess. I'm always good for a mind probe. Humana. Focus on...
I don't remember how it started. Only how it ended.
Focus on all the brooding.
I was fleeing.
Black screen, oh. Okay. No, it's mini Shadowheart. That's how she got her scar. I've ever told you how I got these scars. What a cute pup. That looks horrific.
She asked my name. I can't remember what I said. I can't remember anything before those words. All I know is she saved my life and gave me a new home with Lady Shah. That's all I remember.
Something sparks in your memory about Selûnite rites of passage. You heard once about how they would send their children out into the wilds to navigate their way home.
Hmm. You look like you were wearing a moonstone. Isn't that commonly worn by Selûnites?
You're reading too much into things. A childhood bauble, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Just because Selûnites claim something doesn't mean they own it.
You mean like the rainbows? Right. No group can own the rainbow symbol, okay? They don't get to take that. That's right. I agree with you, Shadowheart.
Lady Shah.
Oh, excuse me.
But yes.
It's ma'am. Lady
her
Shah.
And those
Got
who
it.
saved me and taught me her ways. The Mother Superior. She made me who I am. At least as best as I can remember. She taught me.
She made you all
trained me,
salty?
punished me when I failed her. Which was often.
So you were a screw up. You were a loser. You were constantly failing. Jeez, I thought I had, you know, I thought this group was, you know, assembled of premium specimens. I guess everyone is not as cool as I am.
Perhaps I was. She sent me on this mission after all.
Yeah, and wiped your mind. All right. Anyway, bye. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna try a little wombo combo here. We're gonna try a wombo combo. We're gonna put a grease right here. And then, actually, I wonder if this thing has an enrage ability. Probably should use this structure right here. Yeah, let's do that, actually. Let's get everybody stealthed. And move them over here. And we're gonna try this. And let's see. I think we do... In case they do have a rage component, we're gonna take... calm emotions. That's what we're gonna do. Anything else useful in here? Sanctuary could be handy for emergency circumstances. Old person really isn't all that great. Right now, at least. I need hold monster to really... Okay.
Wanna dance?
So...
Get me up, would you?
think it goes like this. Oil. Then image. Yeah. Oil image, put it like right here. And then
Keeping my head down.
come over here. I don't want you to be... Keep you kind of separate here.
Hey, good looking.
Yeah, move right here. We're gonna hide behind this rock. And then you need to go invisible. And just go over here. I don't want you. I don't want you getting killed. Protect the shovel. Alright. Start this shindig.
What's the story? Long and low.
Did we already kill one?
The witching hour.
Damn. Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Never wanted the easy path.
$75. Do I even want to waste my... They're kind of dead, right? Hello. Missed.
In position.
Not fire. We'll use ice. And hopefully they slip.
Victory's assured.
And I think you just... Honestly, you just chill, man. I don't think there's really anything else left for you to do. You've done some good work. Surprised. Right. Comes out the Shadow Heart. Corpse Burst.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Vow of I don't know if I need Vow of Imminity. I feel like Divine Favor, spell slot. This is Channel Oath. I'm gonna save this because we have another fight coming up. Dead. Now the question is, can I clear this? Save. Get a little bit of damage, I guess.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Blind him. 90% chance missed. Great. Seething fury, huh? And he fell down and died because he went in the blades. Wow, this really did a number on these guys.
Blood comes easy these days.
I only have a 50% chance of hitting this thing. That's all I needed. All right, cool. Gale, can you remove your nonsense from the field? Yeah, we don't need that anymore, buddy.
I've got a long road ahead. What's hiding here?
Oh wait, Fang, maybe this guy. Okay.
Anything of use?
Mangled corpse.
Time to press ahead.
Another mangled corpse. And a letter. Okay. And now we can come down here and kill these guys.
Maybe I need more pockets.
There's actually... Yeah, this one right here. It's a boss, right? That's a boss over there. I think if I get what I need to...
I'll give it a shot.
This must be where the gnolls attack.
Beast reeks of brimstone and offal. Every breath is thick
Gross.
with blood.
Gross.
You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate.
Yeah, strike it while it's vulnerable.
You land a swift strike against her skull. She yelps, then goes still.
Enough of that.
Whatever horrific creature was growing inside the hyena dies along with her.
Look how disgusted he looks.
Danse macabre.
Dude, Gale is freaking crazy damage right now for this level. Can I make it? Can I jump? No. But I can move over here and do nothing. Cool. I'll wait here.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
You can do explosive shot.
Can't give up.
Here we go again. With haste. Checkmate.
Fucking gnolls. How hot.
Outlander Cursebreaker. Don't want to find out.
I wonder if the gods are watching me. I wish I had a bag of holding.
Ooh, a pumpkin.
What's inside?
Another pumpkin. Bag of rotten fruit, food. Okay, we don't really. I think these null ears do some sort of recipe or something. Go through all the muck. I did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. Okay. I do think there's something we can do up here. No, up here. Where is it? It's over here, yeah. See this boss right here? There's a boss right here. Pretty sure we can sneak our way up here. Level 5. Ooh. Dark vision, opportunity attack. Permanently armed. Cannot be disarmed. Tenacity. When you miss an attack, you deal 5 bludgeoning damage anyway. Cost that a reaction. High con. Decent wisdom. Crazy strength. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 enemies. Outnumbered, but level 4, level 1, level 4. So he's level 4, and was level 5. Alright. Gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna attempt this boss fight. So I will be right back. Hey, we're back. Okay. So we're gonna go deal with this knoll right here. This is a boss fight, but I'm pretty sure since we've done a long rest, we have the illithid power.
That's the symbol of the absolute.
These boots have seen everything.
I think there's a way to do this where we can, pretty sure we can recruit them, and then we can have the battle, and then we can go from there. So I'm going to split the party.
There is work to do.
And I'm going to give wisdom checks. What is that check actually? Is it a wisdom or... Yeah, it's Owl's wisdom, looks like. It's concentration. This is concentration to a long rest. Wow, okay. So we're gonna do this on him. Just to make sure he has that. And then...
There is work to do. Unseen. Perfect.
What is my bow of awareness? We're gonna do this. We're gonna trade bows because I want as much initiative as possible for this. And what else?
What's cooking?
Does anybody have...
Attention.
Let's get this over with.
Does he have jump? He does. He has a jump cantrip. So we're going to take out Grease. We don't necessarily need that right now. We're going to cast jump on our guy here. Alright. And then our guy with his jump is gonna go way over here. And then on this.
With a shock of psychic pain, the pack leader's mind clamps onto yours.
Oh goodness.
You see yourself through her eyes.
What a wretched
red
creature.
cluster of organs. Feast. No. The voice has forbidden this meat. Gnolls see your whole world as a meal. This voice is acting as a leash, but it won't hold them for long.
Search her mind for the source of the voice.
A memory. The beast daubs the symbol of the absolute on a cave wall in blood. Buried deep, a tadpole struggles to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind. As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
Yeah, there we go.
Authority.
You are of the same pack. Command her to devour other gnolls. Alright, surely we got this. There we go.
Sensing your presence, the Gnoll's tadpole writhes in ecstasy. echoing your command.
That's right, get him.
The ghost will feast on gnoll flesh to control the hunger, to keep her teeth from your throat. Your mind lurches, reeling suddenly as if bitten.
Ow. It's a lot of XP. Go get him, Tiger.
Mistra Rill.
I have to survive this.
Critical miss. Let's see, we're gonna go. All right, Gale. Let's do mirror image. Song. And let's get into the fray, sir. All right. I think that's all I'm gonna do.
You're making me sweat. Whisper mode.
Now we're still gonna have to deal with her afterwards. Unfortunately. So, seething or blood. Actually, you know what? Let's just shadow. Oh, I only have. That's not good. 99% chance to hit, and she still critically missed. Whatever.
Let's finish this.
I don't even care.
I can't even catch my breath.
All right, we're gonna do Vial of Enmity, and then we're gonna go. Actually, we're gonna wait. Snarl, where are you going, bruh? Where you going, bruh? Get him, Gale.
What should I do?
Well, so much for peace.
Why does he have his bow out?
Time for some bloody work.
Get him. That's wild, bruh. That is wild that you can't hit him. So if I go attack him right now, does that mean she'll turn on us? Let's see, what does this look like here? This Noel has become familiarized and starts his next turn. Might attack it. Okay. That's your frenzy. Does that mean I can soothe her out of it?
Yes, of course.
Concentration broken.
Ought to do it.
Who's next? Shadowheart and... I feel like I need to banish this bitch. Oh, how much can I actually do?
Time to push my luck again. Think you can take me on?
She is still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of her pack wasn't enough to satisfy her.
Exert mental power, commanding her to leave. I think she has... Let's do that. Fuck it.
Her tadpole responds, thrashing violently, and the fragile tissue of her brain tears and splits. You taste the blood in her throat, feel it pooling in the cavity of her skull. But she still resists.
This would be concentration, wouldn't it? Yeah, no.
Your tadpole wriggles, contented, as she tears out her own throat.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take...
By the gods, you're a sweet sight.
I am pretty sweet.
Crew still alive out there?
No, they're all dead.
This whole journey's been one grim sight. Risen Road's more dangerous than ever. You're the first friendly face we've seen since Eltergard. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Got some cargo to deliver. But we've a stop to make along the way. Trinkets for some rich tosser in Baldur's Gate. He gets his shiny baubles. We get a handful of Terenths.
Doubt.
Terenths are the currency of the Zentarim, a network of merchants and mercenaries with few scruples.
Yours are Zenth. I'd wager more than just your crew have died over these baubles.
You know who we are. Very clever. And you probably also know it's not smart to interfere with Zent business. This is the point when a clever lad like you accepts my gratitude and walks away.
Bro, did you just see what I did to her? She literally ripped her own throat out. On my command. 15%. Or 15. Oh, wow. 22.
Fine. No need for more violence. I'll tell my associates everything was lost in the ambush. The chest's all yours. Damn thing's sealed tighter than a duke's purse strings. So there's no point in trying to open it. And no hard feelings, you hear? I'd have done the same if I were you. Business at the end of a blade is still business. Ruthless bastard like you could make a name for yourself in the Zentarim. Make sure to drop by our hideout. Passphrase at the door is, Little Serpent, Long Shadow. I'll tell my associates to expect you.
Breathe deep and move.
This one is a true soul parasite. It can enhance you. You can
Gross.
absorb its potential. Open your mind to it. You already know how.
I'm not so sure about this.
Don't worry, you won't come to harm. I'll protect you.
Open my mind, or such a weird little thing. It's not gonna eat it, is he? It's gonna absorb its memory. Fine.
Your mind swells as it subsumes everything the tadpole has to offer. Everything it was and everything it was destined to be. Pure potential. Pure power.
Good. You have grown your power and improved your chances of survival.
First attack roll or ability check you make against a target gains a bonus equal to your proficiency. Look at the far side. I think that's the kind of the one you want. Repulsor. Coal the Weak is also another one. Guess we'll take that. Once per long range, you change successful attack roll against a foe into a critical hit. That could be good as a paladin. So gross. Alright, how close are we to 5? We're getting close. We're getting very close to level 5. Speedy reply. Oh yeah, actually I think that's a really good weapon for Gale. Pretty sure. When the wielder hits an enemy with this weapon, they gain momentum for 2 turns. Yeah. 5 to 10. Yeah, that's good. We'll do that.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Now,
No traps, please.
this guy is a part of an evil organization that deals in slaves and other horrible things.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
So I'm kind of inclined to deal with him. He's level 4.
That's curious.
What's up, Ollie?
I'll be glad when we're out of this.
He is level 4.
The chest's yours.
Send it to camp for now. We don't want to deal with it. Let's see. I don't know what to do with this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna kill these heretics. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
Your violence hasn't.
Won't know what hit him.
Talk to me.
What now?
No word.
Critical hit. And he knocked Gale down. Dang, manhandled him. What a... Just like... Completely mogged him. You bitch. There you go. What's you get for...
Light on my feet.
Oh yeah, what's this missing shipment sound, thing say now? Oh, I don't want to see the completed quest. Personal quest, embrace, kill Kaga. Yeah, we gotta kill Kaga. Oh, yeah, we gotta go kill Kaga. She's level 5, though. Find the missing shipment. We took, valuable chest. We could try to find its owner. Open and take it inside. No, we're not gonna take what's inside, because it's not even worth it, honestly. Just nonsense. Ooh, 150. Backpack. Look at all this food. Look at all this food, man.
No traps, please.
Fire wine barrel, fire wine barrel, fire wine barrel. I don't think there's anything to really get over there, honestly.
Something good here, I hope.
And now we can go to the secret place that we were going to go to before. Deliver the chest. And we should get a really good bow from her. And also... we'll also get access to a vendor down there that has some items. I think that's the vendor that has the Titan string bow, I want to say. I don't remember, though.
More for me.
Just another crate.
Cool. Did I just hear a bear? What the hell is that?
A couple turns should do it.
Why do I hear a freaking bear? What the hell is that? Okay. Okay, camera. Okay, camera.
Well, well, well.
Have to keep going.
Hey, you hear that? Bow rebuttal. What's up, re-exam? What's up, Rex? What's going on, man? I was just hearing random bear noises while I was in a cave, which I guess that actually kind of tracks now that I think about it, but I don't see a bear in here. Very concerning. What the hell is that? I feel like I'm about to be ambushed by a pack of bears and just mauled. Alrighty, now that that's taken care of, let's go to the super secret hideout and talk to those guys. Maul rebuttal. Darth Maul rebuttal isn't real. He can't hurt you.
What's in here?
Yeah, so there was a quest in here, right? For exam, I came here and like everything was on fire, and I was thinking it was video game logic that as long as I didn't engage with it, I could just come back to it. So I like opened up this area and I went back and did like some inventory stuff and just screwing around in the camp and playing with bills. And I came back and everyone was dead. Everyone died in the fire and no one was left. And I just found all their charred corpses. So that's what I get. So it locked me out of a bunch of stuff in here. Everyone died. I'm a really bad hero. Very I thought for sure, oh, it's just video game logic, right? It won't start until I come back, but that was not the case. And all I found was a bunch of charred corpses. It was horrible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was horrible. It was a very sad ending. Very sad. The saddest thing is I don't get all that XP, and there was like a really good item in there. So that's actually the saddest thing. I guess them burning alive too is probably pretty sad too if I think about it. But we don't want to think about it too long. We want to think happy thoughts. Just gotta keep morale up, you know. We don't want to get all
God preserve me.
depressed. Oh, there's a dragon.
Absolutely massive.
That's what she said.
Suggest we admire it from afar.
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it?
Where's my empathy? Yeah, I guess I don't know. Guess I don't guess I don't have any empathy, you know.
Just a brief respite.
All right. Yeah, let's head back in here. And we're gonna ignore all the burned, charred bodies. This, you know, it's not our fault. This happened. It has nothing to do with us. It's not our fault. All this horrible bloodshed we're looking at right now. Completely unavoidable, honestly. Completely unavoidable. Has nothing to do with us. Dude, what are you creeping around in the dark for, man?
Just as he
Weird.
spots you.
Recite the phrase, little serpent, long shadow. Give him the super secret handshake, too.
Dwarves. I thought you were flaming fist. Well, down you go then. They'll be on us soon, so if you're looking to trade, you best be quick.
I will.
The entrance is hidden behind the wardrobe. Here's the key.
You're super helpful, thank you. But unfortunately, sir, you belong to an evil organization who deals in all manner of nefarious things. And once I'm done looting these boxes, you're going to get your just reward. Just any second now. Just you wait. Just hold on, making sure there's nothing in here I want. There really wasn't really much in there. Now I'm fat again. More weight. Let's see, I gotta get rid of some weight. Oh, that's why I'm carrying 3 months worth of food on me. That's probably, send that to camp. There we go. Nice and light again. Re-exam, did you see the VK panel last night when I was on? Empathy came up again. I rolled out my one of my latest arguments for it. It went about as well as you would think. It's such a touchy subject. Such a touchy subject. Everyone is very, well, not everyone. Actually, a lot of people agree with me. But Speakeasy is very against it. I was just happy to rename Rob and Eli. Oh, was that you? I was watching... Actually, it was crazy. Especially how Rob went out. I kind of suspected that would happen, though, because it's kind of weird. It seems like, and I could be wrong, I don't know, but it seems like it's almost like a rite of passage. Every time someone new gets into like the finals or the last bit, William comes in like John Cena and just deletes them. So I was kind of waiting for it, if I'm being honest, and sure enough, man, he came in there and just decided he was gonna hit the delete button, and the game over. So I suspect Rob will come back. Either he said he would be back next Friday, so that'll be cool. I'll try to get on there again. But it was also I was on there for, it was like 2 hours or something, or almost 3 hours, and no one did a 1v1. That's very unusual for me. Usually someone throws me into something. I was really hoping, I actually really wanted the empathy argument, and I was hoping I could run it against Rob, but the chat seemed content with throwing Steelborn at Rob for fun. That was pretty funny. And Steelborn did run a part of the argument that I run, where empathy is weaponized to a large degree. So that was good. But yeah, it was a pretty crazy night. It's always fun when Rob's on there, because he brings like his viewers too, and everything gets kind of crazy. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, actually, William, I would be curious. I don't know anything about William. He's super friendly. He's always saying hi to me in chat, and you know, he's always very welcoming. But I don't really know much about the guy, to tell you the truth. It's interesting. He does seem to have a lot of cash to burn for fun. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if he's like just a retired guy, or maybe he's just someone who's got a lot of real estate or something. I don't know. I don't know what his situation is. It's really interesting. He also hangs out in Teriak's chat quite a bit, but he's a cool guy. Shyamalan. Okay, yeah, like what's his name? What's his first name? M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, M. Night Shyamalan. I don't know what I don't know what the M. Night stands for. Or I don't know what the M stands for. M. Night is a better way to say that. Yeah, what a twist. Probably Crucible related, if I had to guess, with Teriak, Rob, and Speakeasy. Crucible related. Teriak, Rob, and Speakeasy. Is William? Is he in Suge Knight Shyamalan? Is he? Suge Knight was, that was a nutty dude. But anyway, before I go down the rabbit hole, what I was going to say is I don't know if is William part of the Crucible? Is he over there all the time in his chat too, or is he like a mod or something? I don't know. It's funny. I used to watch a lot of Andrew's debates, and I used to watch a lot of his live streams, but it's kind of weird. I don't actually watch much of Andrew's content anymore. William seems to help be hype man for a couple of those channels. Yeah, he's definitely involved, it seems, especially in speakeasies in Teriox. But I don't know if he's has any connection to Crucible because I don't really hang out there much, if I'm being honest, which is funny because I get accused all the time of being like this rabid Andrew fan, and I don't even really watch his streams. I'll tune in when he does a TikTok invade sometimes, just because I think that's pretty funny content. But yeah, and I don't know. I don't really know what it is. It's not really. It's not that I don't think his content's entertaining or anything, but I think what it is I'm always watching someone. I listen to a lot of progressive left-wing content. That might sound weird, but I do. Because I'm always wanting to listen to what they're saying and what the current arguments that they're running is and that sort of thing. To be honest, I've seen so much of his content that his streams sound redundant. Well, I could see that take maybe with like his debates, because he has a lot of arguments that he runs as a standard, I guess you could say. But his streams are kind of chaotic, so I don't know if it necessarily applies to like some of his streams, like TikTok invasions where he's either trolling or something, or he'll do like news coverage of the war, things like that. But I could definitely maybe see that take with the debates. But anyway, what was I doing here? I gotta go on a hole. Oh no, I was going to take care of this heretic here because he's part of an evil organization, and we don't like, as a paladin, it is our duty to deal with evil organizations and critically miss. That's also part of our paladin oath, is to always critically miss. Always critically miss. And then we let our Inquisitor Gale deal with. Because he's apparently the only one that can actually hit people. Yeah.
Fuck yes.
No time to rest. Another step forward.
Alrighty. Any news from our little discussion that's supposed to be planned?
Just another crate.
A barrel full of sausage. Perfect. That's exactly what I need to keep the crew going. Camp supplies. stepped away, might have missed a few things. Oh, I was just kind of rambling a little bit, but I also asked there at the end if there was any news on our little get-together. I may have to run back from work in an exhausted state if this is going to work on a Saturday. Friday would have been perfect for me. Yeah, I get it. Friday is like a prime day for a lot of people. Unfortunately, that's the standard date night with the wife, and then once we're done with that, then she goes to bed, and then I have a little time to do whatever at that point. And then there's also VK. And I don't always join VK, but I do like having the option to jump on there. I may be, but family first. I may be single, but I'm very pro-family prior. Yes, yes, that's good. It's always good to... I'm going the wrong way. Jeez. Can't believe I... Oh, I'm overloaded again. Too fat. Too much food on me. Too much sausage. Send this to camp. There we go. Nice and nimble again. Open this secret wardrobe to Narnia. Gotta go in here. Get the waypoint. Excellent. More sausage. Thank you. There's... I don't know what I'm supposed to pass over here. We're gonna hit save. Actually, here, re-examine. You can see my new animation that I got here. Tell me what you think about it. I'm trying to get all the... this is in preparation for doing a day stream, actually, that I'm kind of like working on the quirks and stuff and figuring things out, how I want to set things up. But I made some animation for Be Right Back 2 and starting soon. So I'm going to go take a bathroom break real quick and grab a drink. And you can tell me what you think of this animation. And I'm back. I like it. A little chill wave reminiscent of the PJW Summit News. PJW. I don't think I know what that is. I'm actually I do like the whole like synth wave, you know, like Vice City type vibe stuff. Big fan of that. I like the music. My name is Paul. What's up, Vara? Or Paul? How are you doing, bud? Paul Joseph Watson. Oh, Paul Joseph Watson. Okay, yeah. I don't remember. I'll be honest. I know who that is. Never watched any of his stuff except for like clips and things and interviews. Actually, re-exam. Do you want to just? I can do I can bring up the Discord. You can just jump into Discord and we can just chat if you want. It's up to you, man. You don't have to. If you're busy doing something, that's fine. I get it. What if it's quicker to... That verbal combat was something. Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah. So that's every Friday night, man. Yeah, Vara, that's every Friday night. Sometimes it has, for whatever reason, just like logistics reasons, they have to have it on Saturdays, but it's once a week. And it's a fun time, man. It's a great way if you want to just start having fun doing debates. I was furious. Well, that's good. It's good. That makes for a good verbal combat. Because see, in VK, like especially in 1v1, it's unmoderated, so you can go in there and you can be super, analytical and just give your debates and your arguments and that sort of thing, or you can go there and spur if you want. That no one's gonna stop you. Let's see where. There we go. I'm gonna jump in Discord, and if you jump in and re-examine the Discord, I'll just pull you in. Why do you people always rely on some god when arguing logical things? Okay, so there's a good reason for that, Vara. So a lot of the guys in the debate space, they ground a lot in God, right? So even logic itself, they ground in God. The idea is that logic itself is a metaphysical concept, and it's a whole tag type argument, but basically they ground logic and they ground moral standards in God. And the reason they do that is because a lot of times when you have these debates, if you ask someone who's a secularist how do they, what is their morals based on, they'll tell you something like, it'll basically reduce down to something like society or something to that nature, or what the law is, or natural rights, or something like that, right? And the logical issue with that is that those things are not really grounded on something that doesn't change. So whatever the populace that you currently find yourself in will be the morals of that populace. So example, right? Aztecs. The Aztecs had their own moral logic, but obviously it was horrific because they believed in sacrificing people on top of temples and stuff, right? To crusade people for something you never seen or touch is not really logical. You can be human without any god. Well, that is an argument a lot of people take. I would encourage you, if you want to participate in a debate, to try to join a VK and when the whole god argument comes up quite a bit, you could definitely jump in there and run some arguments against it and see kind of where the chips fall, right? Okay, so yeah, Vara, I don't know if you missed it earlier, but we went to the what is it, the place in the north in Act 1 where the building's on fire, and I made the mistake of thinking I could go there, and I didn't want to do anything if I wasn't streaming it and recording it, so I just left it. I just went there and then like went back to camp and messed around with builds and stuff. And then I went there today at the start of the stream, and unfortunately everyone died in the fire. So we actually were the worst heroes ever. Like everyone died in the fire. We didn't get any of that loot or XP, unfortunately. So sad times. Sad times. Clearly nothing we could have done. It wasn't our fault. We didn't start the fire. So we killed the gnolls, and you actually didn't miss much. We killed the gnolls, and we got the chest to deliver to this place, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Other than that, I've just been bullshitting with a re-exam and trying not to wipe. But that's about it. So yeah, everyone died in the fire. It's very sad, very unfortunate. I don't know what that's gonna do for the later story, but I'm sure it'll come up. So we need to pass this check here. I don't have Did you ever? No. Well, yeah, I have. In other playthroughs, I have opened it. I'm not interested in opening it because it's a super hard fight, and honestly, I think you get more experience and stuff and items if you turn it in, because you make these people happy. In my opinion, it's not really worth it. It's cool, like on your first run, if you're just messing around, you want to, I don't know, you want to throw it at somebody into a boss fight and let it go crazy and attack everybody. But I'm not really interested in fighting a beholder for funsies. You don't really get any loot out of it or anything. I mean, it could, but the problem is it's a wild card, right? It would just, it goes crazy, so it's not really on your side as much as you're hoping it does more damage than harm. But it is pretty funny. Like I've seen people throw it at the Githyanki encounter. They throw it out down there and let the Githyankies deal with it. That's pretty funny. But let's see here. I don't think I need to go. How do I jump on the Discord? You should just see a chat. Just hit the chat or AFK room, and I can drag you in. The on air is a locked room, so people can't just like jump in here when I'm streaming. There you are.
Hello.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Oh, hold on. Let me mute the actual stream, like I never seem to do when I jump into something.
You get the dual voice from me.
Actually, shouldn't I be able to see in Discord your live stream, like actual live?
I can if I share. Here, let me try that.
That way I don't have to like read your lips after the fact.
Like this.
Let's see, how do I do this? How do I do this?
They can watch what I'm doing.
Oh.
Does that work?
There we go. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, now I can watch what you're doing. I can't see your face, but I can watch what you're doing. That's
yeah, well, you don't need to see my mug. That's fine.
Hey, people.
What's your
Verapais.
business down here?
.i.d.
Answer honestly, and maybe we'll kill you clean.
Hey, now that's rude. I just walked into a cave. Goodness, every NPC in this game is so
Got a license
aggressive.
for that chain mail.
You got a license for walking in a cave. You got a license.
Boy.
I like this option. Stealth, slip back into the shadows. Like you just like you do the.
What does he do? Does he cover his eyes and then slowly walk backwards behind
No,
a rock or something?
no. He does the Wayne's World thing. This is all a dream. This is illusion, illusion, and then he slips back into the shadows. That's what he does. Yeah.
No, it's just Varapai.
Varapai. Varapai. Okay.
Was he rage baiting you on theism earlier?
No, I don't think he's rage baiting. I think he probably does have some arguments that he'd like to run, and discuss potentially. Which is
I'd ask him.
I streamed the whole I streamed VK and he watched some of it, and he was actually asking how to join. So yeah, maybe he'll be a future VK participant. That'd be kind of cool to see new faces on there.
Yeah. So Varapai, I'd ask you, what do you think the relationship is between the abstract, such as logic and values and duties and things like that, and the concrete, such as matter and energy? What do you think the relationship is between the two?
Not why you're here in their stead. Really? That information would be worth quite a bit to me, if you're telling the truth.
Oh, I'm always truthful.
We've
I'm a
disarmed the
paladin.
traps. Come down.
I'm a paladin. Of course, everything is truthful from when a paladin says it.
Except when I broke my oaths, which is all the time.
Hey, look, I did not know that opening a cage for a goblin would be some mortal existential crisis where my faith would be questioned, okay? That was a mistake any paladin could have made. He's also from Russia, so there's a bit of a language thing there, so.
Sure, he's Russian, but that just means his chess game should be better, so his mental chess should be better.
That's right.
Him to have at least
should be
100 feet.
He should have like a base 1800 elo out of the womb, basically, from Russia. That's what I understand.
Right.
I need to go get the chest actually, because I left it at camp.
Bad Russian. Bad Russian. So. But anyhow, welcome to the Mo Rebuttal Show, and I'm just a guest here promoting. Like and subscribe if you haven't already.
Chill around and talk, debate, and other shenanigans. Where is it?
Right.
Yeah, this is it. Oh, great. I'm overweight again. Too fat. Got too much on me. I'm gonna send all these to Carlac. She can hold it.
Yeah, they should have never made you the patron saint of Jenny Craig. It's not working out for this paladin.
No, it's not. Definitely not.
Definitely not whatever.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested to have that discussion.
I mean, it's a three-way debate. Now, for her, for those of you who don't know, it's in planning, so we're not gonna say that it's gonna happen for sure. But everybody's optimistic. Everybody is down. But the idea is talking about the existence of rights, and if so, what are they grounded in?
Right.
So there's myself, which believes that rights do exist and they're grounded in God. And there's Mo, who I believe still takes a position that rights do not exist. And they are not grounded in God, because they don't exist anyway. And Defnot believes that rights do exist, but they are not grounded in God. Now, Abe is the guy we are hoping will be able to moderate. He seems down to do that. and he likes all three of us, despite all of our differences. We see him as a good, level-headed, solid man, and so that's how he would do that. And plus, he just sets the tone to be intellectual and honest and good faith, just in general.
Correct.
So he's a good guy.
Yeah, Abe's a good
And,
guy. Very well spoken, I might say. It's funny, like doing live streams and chatting with him, and then seeing it back. I feel like sometimes I feel like I come off as like a knuckle dragging retard compared to how analytical and well spoken he is.
You've already brought me bad news. Tell me you've got something better this time.
I got the chest right here. See, I deliver on my promises. Look how happy she is.
The Sharber's black bones. You did it.
I did. I'm really cool.
And still sealed. You're a goddamn wonder.
Hey, no. Are you blaspheming in front of the Paladin?
Actual professionals.
You're talking awful loose for someone in smiting range.
See me in the gate. Our trader can show you some of our more exotic items now, but don't delay.
You're trying to seduce me, Cyrus?
Yeah, are you trying to seduce me? What are you planning to do?
Let's see. Did I answer your question? Not all of my messages are.
The Flaming Fist will need someone to blame. I don't plan on it.
I think relationships is an illusion. There is nothing between men and women. Okay. Yeah, there is a bit of a language barrier. I was talking about the relationship between the abstract and the concrete. Between that which is immaterial and material. Like, of course, responsibilities, duties, the laws of logic, reason, mathematics, logical inference, all these kinds of things. But I think he's joking. There's nothing between men and women, at least. Transaction. Pure transaction.
Am I not seeing... Oh, I have top chat enabled on live chat.
Yeah, I went to live chat.
Yeah, there we go. I don't know. What is the... Why... I mean, I get the top chat. Is that just supposed to be, like, highlighted? I don't understand the difference. It's so annoying.
If you're not popular, it's not a good option. It's not a good thing to have there. But if you're super popular and you got the chat blowing and flowing all the time,
right?
Then you only want to prioritize people who have already been in there for a while. They already got.
I see. I see.
Bona fides.
Hmm.
And all the noobs get to shut up.
That makes sense. That's probably why all my chats are ignored when I'm talking in other chats. It's like this guy.
Don't you?
No rebuttal? More like no rebuttal.
Yeah, no rebuttal. Someone actually said that in a chat when I was on VK. It was that Agent Smith guy, I think it was. He's it's him, and there's a few others, a handful. There's like 3 of them. No matter what I say when I'm on panel on VK or any other thing on Speakeasy, they always like just shit on me. Like it's like they'll say whatever, and then when I leave, they say I rage quit no matter what. So it's fun to have detractors, I guess. It's like, wow.
Well, you could always do a liberal turn. You have a lot of detractors in the VK community after that.
Yeah, you could. Or just bring up empathy. Apparently that's enough right there, actually. I could just do that, which has been my go-to.
Or if racism exists.
Actually, that one is pretty split down the middle from what I've seen.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Jesse Lee Peterson has way too much influence. Look, like JS, I saw him on a stream. He's like ride or die Jesse Lee Peterson, because Jesse Lee Peterson apparently gave him good advice that helped his life, which on its own is fine, but his theology is really, really, really damnably bad.
Let's say we're his.
And JS doesn't like me saying that, but I said
And if
it to
his
his
paintings
face,
cover our
virtually
costs,
speaking.
So much the better, eh?
Of course.
Of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Oh yes, I'm definitely friendly. Okay, let's see what it's got
Why
here.
is your head hair a different color than your face hair?
Yeah, he's got a weird look to him, doesn't he? He's got I don't know. Or it's like
It's like Teriak's long lost cousin.
yeah, there you go, something like that. Or but also kind of like Hobbit vibes. I don't know why I'm getting Hobbit vibes from him.
Yeah. So Varapai says, our body knows only surviving and reproduction. Everything else, like love, destiny, is the nonsense of our mind. Well, do you think logic? In order to say nonsense, you have to differ that from sense. So by sense, do you mean logic and reason?
It's pure materials. I think this guy only had like one item that I needed, which I already got. Giant breaker. Reeling for 2 turns. I don't think I really need that. Ooh, but I will take those potions of invisibility. Those are very handy. Very handy indeed. Sleight of hand checks. Nah. I mean, I guess I'll take them. Oh wait, what's this?
Logic is the only way to operate reality.
Hmm.
So is that the operative medium by which reality operates? So he says it's an instrument.
It's an instrument.
But did the instrument only exist in our minds? Is it also a delusion like everything you'd say? So saying is an instrument doesn't tell me the relationship between the laws of logic that govern the universe. Because laws of logic are something that are discovered. It's not surmised or imagined or invented. I mean, if I say fire is an instrument, that doesn't mean fire doesn't exist.
Gonna sell my 7 hammers while you guys talk precept.
You have like 2 hands. Why do you need 7 hammers?
You never know when you might need an extra hammer. You might need to build a bunch of boats.
That one's the fish hammer. This one's the salad hammer.
Yeah,
that one is the steak hammer.
Right, exactly. You gotta label them differently. Have one for each task. Yeah, exactly. My 2 forks. It's always funny to think about NPCs, you know, being like real people. They just have like some adventurer roll up on them and it's like, can you take this lint from me? It was like, I guess I'll buy that. It's like, yeah. Give me the 1 gold for it.
From you?
Lint, like pocket lint.
Oh, lint?
Yeah, like
belly button lint?
Yeah, whatever. Just whatever you find. There's this rib cage and then I got this out of my belly button. Can you give me 1 gold for this? And the guy's like, sure. I guess. Just give it to me. Whatever. Just get out of my shop. Oh, he wants a lot for the Titan string bow.
So he wants to switch to love. He goes, do you include love in relationships? So I was focused more on the laws of logic governing reality. I would like to stick there because you were saying that, what were you saying earlier? Why do people always rely on some god when arguing logical things? Which, of course, logic has to be real. If you believe that logic debunks God, then you believe that logic explores the realms of the immaterial anyway. Which, if the immaterial doesn't exist, then you're saying that logic is in a realm that doesn't exist, but is useful for realms that exist. It's kind of, I don't know. Do you see what I'm getting there, Mo?
Yeah,
maybe
it's
maybe you're a little busy with your inventory.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm definitely multitasking here, which isn't my strong suit, but it's kind of living in the it's kind of living in the physical world, but also in the metaphysical world at the same time. It's like hopping in between them for different categories. is kind of the vibe I'm getting. But do you include love in relationships? Yeah. So
He says earlier in the chat, to persuade people for something you never seen or touched is not really logical. But the irony of that statement is that logic is something he's never seen or touched.
Right. Yeah, right. So maybe if we kind of go into that a little bit with him. So Vara, can someone, when we talk about metaphysical things, can someone hand you the concept of 7? Can does the laws of logic exist anywhere in the physical realm? That's kind of what we're getting at. It's a separation.
Right. Do you need God to use your mind? You need a mind for your mind to have a precedent, because if there is no God that exemplifies what a mind is, then if we have this material world, then all a mind is just a reactionary organ that takes in stimulation and off gases some kind of result. But if our minds can actually assess reality, then, I mean, you look at the law of identity. Identity doesn't actually exist in your worldview. In my worldview, each individual human is an individual soul that is made by God. And it has immense worth, because not only is it made in the image of God, but it's an eternal soul that lasts forever. And we can recognize each other's value in each other. And we're not just like, I mean, I plan on my next stream talking about the argument from what I call the infinite regress of value, which is
Selling my
if I ask an atheist, why is this good? Why is teaching science to children good? And then they'll give some reason. They'll say, well, because something along the lines of we should do what is, we should interact with what's real and know what's true. And they'll ask, okay, well, what gives value to what's true? And then they'll give some utility kind of argument that it helps us survive and have longer lives and reproduce. And I'll ask what gives that value. And then they'll say something like, well, consciousness, my conscious experience gives me value. And then, well, what gives that value? And then so on and so on and so on. Identity is just your memory, he says. So would you say that a human and a dog, the difference between that is just my memory and it's not an actual difference? Or a human and a rock? Or a human and gamma radiation?
Something I can help you with?
I also I don't think he seems interested in debate, but I don't think he has really delved deep into it. So it might be a good thing to kind of go over the laws of logic and kind of that whole concept.
Yeah, perhaps.
I doubt you've got that kind of bosh line about.
Ooh,
I remember only 3 laws of logic. I mean, JS claimed one time there was 12. But I don't know what the other,
there's you can get into the weeds of like there's 3 classical laws of logic. You just say it like that. There's other, like, what's the other one? There's one that talks about I forget, but yeah, there's other branches where it goes into like kind of crazy territory, but for generally purposes, the classical laws of logic is like 3. Persuasion, you're insane if you think I'm going to pay that much. Yeah, $1,000 for one guy is kind of nutty.
So let me go up and make sure I get his name somewhat right. I don't know if I'll remember it.
Yeah.
So, Varapai. I'm probably butchering that, but
I just be calling him Vara, but that's probably yeah.
We'll do that. So Vara, there's classically 3 laws of logic: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. The law of identity is a thing is what it is. The law of non-contradiction is a thing cannot be what it is and not what it is in the same way at the same time. And the law of the excluded middle as a thing cannot be true or false at the same time. I think that's close. I think maybe I need to refine the difference.
For my split multitasking, that sounds pretty accurate. Yeah, for the sake of the discussion. Yeah.
Right. So those are the ones we operate from, and I think that as a Christian, that those are true because it reflects the nature of God. God makes order. God makes things that way, and those orderly laws reflect that He does not make a creation. He does not make a world that is in disorder. The only ones that make it disorder would be those who have turned away from Him. That would be mankind has turned away from God, and therefore we have sin and we have calamity such as disease and death and disasters and all these kinds of things as a result of our sin. But
I can help you with?
God sent His Son in flesh, Jesus, to die in our place. I mean, I don't know how the Orthodox go about it, but I have a penal substitutionary atonement understanding. But either way, God sent Jesus to die, and His death serves as the bridge in our place.
No fooling you.
So that even though we deserve the eternal punishment of hell, because of Jesus dying on the cross and the wrath of God being satisfied, then we can get peace with God, and the righteousness of Christ covers us, so that anyone who turns from their sin, turns to Christ and follows Him, he made a new creature. John chapter 3 talks about being born again. That's what happens to a person when they first trust in Christ. Leaving their sin behind, God cleanses them, gives them a new heart and a new direction in their life. And that's the basis of the gospel. And so when we see the world, and we see a world that does have value, that does have a relationship between how we think, how we reason, and how we treat other people, those all reflect the spectrum of God in His personhood, and just how good He is and how righteous and holy He is. So when we're talking about God, yeah, we can talk about the individual aspects of how He affects how we think and how we talk about the world, how we think about the world, and how we talk to each other and treat each other. I would say it also affects atheists as far as how they're constrained from the kinds of arguments they can make, because they can't say that we live in a world that doesn't make any sense as an argument for God. They might say they might use a problem of evil sort of argument and say the world's not as it should be, but that presupposes that there is a world as it should be. Where do you get that idea? Right. So there's a lot of problems that atheism relies upon Christianity being true in the first place for them to even attempt to make these arguments. Okay. Vera says, even if I could explain my position properly, you wouldn't accept it because reality is not comfortable. Okay. Well, I could say the exact same thing. I could say that you have rebelled against God, and that you deserve an eternal punishment for offending all of an infinite God. And so that would be all of an infinite punishment, and that would be justice. And I could say that that's uncomfortable, and it bothers your conscience when you think about all the bad things you've done, thought, and said in your life, and you don't like it, and you don't want to accept it. I might be able to say that too. But, I mean, we could do it that way, or we could have a conversation. It's up to you. But, I think you would have to agree, Vara, that there are things that do exist that we cannot see, taste, or touch.
Yeah, it sounds I don't know, like he might not qualify it this way, but it sounds kind of like a physicalism worldview or something to that nature.
Yeah, like a materialistic.
Like materialism, where everything is matter and there's nothing beyond matter, basically. It's kind of the idea of like physicalism.
The problem is the idea of reality as a concept is still an abstract concept. It's still an immaterial concept because reality is
Yeah, what is
No.
reality? Like, what do you
You would have to say that that
Yeah.
is a coherent, harmonized understanding of the existent world. You would have to make sense of how it all works together, which means that you're inferring relationships between different, unlike things.
History, God, and Jesus is something that you take from books. Imagine if you were born somewhere in jungles where nobody tells you about that stuff.
Okay, but ignorance is not an argument for the lack of truth of a thing. Like if I said imagine that you didn't hear about evolution, would that be an argument against evolution? I mean, if what you're trying to say is like God owes everybody that chance to turn to him, and it's like I don't think God owes anybody anything. I mean, God made people, and he gives the grace that he decides to give to people. And even Mo, you would agree, even though you don't agree with predestination or anything like that, you would agree that it is true that in the world God has given some civilizations a lot more specific knowledge about him than others throughout history and even today.
I guess I would question what you mean by that, because I guess my knee-jerk reaction would be that just because God revealed certain things to a group, whether that spread, to certain parts of the earth that's just like logistical issues or time that has,
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So like today, we both believe that God is in control of the world, right? And the affairs of the world. Would you say that's fair or no?
Actually, I don't know about that, man. Because I mean, there's the, and I would have to like do some research on that. I do know there's quite a few things that, not to get too deep in scripture, but it does say like there's a scripture that says the whole world's lie and the power of the wicked one, right? Referencing the devil. So
Correct.
I guess
so. And then I would say, go ahead.
No, I guess that's just. I guess I was just. You're probably going to go into it, like your understanding of that. But what exactly would you?
Yeah, I would say who's the wicked one in the hand of is my question, and I think Job is like one such example of that. But what I'm getting at is I think you would agree that, say in Istanbul right now, or say in Greece, they have more on average biblical understanding than the natives that are uncontacted in South America, something like that.
Okay.
It's very basic,
Yeah.
we would agree on something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a.
So, but that wouldn't be an argument for why something is true or not true, just because there are groups of people who do not know these things to the degree that they should or could. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, sorry. Say that one more time. It's not a argument for.
So just because there are civilizations that know less specific things about God than other civilizations, it's not an argument to say that it doesn't falsify anything.
Right. No, I wouldn't go that as far as say that. No, because just because you don't know a concept or something doesn't mean that concept isn't true, right? Example, like if you found some crazy distant island with a population and they don't understand what gravity is, doesn't mean that gravity doesn't have an effect on them and is a true physical thing in the world we live.
Yeah. I think if we wanted to steel man Vara's position, we would use an argument about like divine hiddenness. Have you studied the objection from divine hiddenness, Mo?
I have not. No. Do you have a? You want to give us the
I don't have a
summary?
reference.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a resource for it. But the idea is, why doesn't God just show himself? Basically, why do we just see the material world and we don't see God or anything godly going on, per se? Like, if you were presented that on BK, how would you approach that argument?
Well, I guess I misunderstood how invisibility works. Many such cases. But that's okay, because all these people are heretics. And they're shady dealers that need to be dealt with. And I missed. Cool.
First, I thought you were talking about your opponents on VK.
No. No. No, I usually don't go in VK and start calling everybody heretics. That's usually not a good strategy. They tend to frown upon that.
Me and Elderline are on good. Me and Elderline are on good terms, but I remember he has no problem calling people heretics.
Yeah, Elderline, he's a pretty funny guy.
He lets it rip.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I haven't seen him around in a while.
He was on.
Used to do gamer streams too.
He was on VK last night. He popped in the last. I rewatched like towards the end. He popped in right at the end for like the last 2 minutes because it was going into finals, and just started like going in on JS for no reason whatsoever. He was drinking and having a good time. It's pretty funny.
Oh,
to listen
dude,
to.
JS I think is his favorite punching bag. I like if I ever do like an Elderline impression, it's gonna start like JS something like that because that's what he usually says.
Yeah, he's and what's funny, he's always in JS's Discord and like hanging out with him. It's pretty hilarious. I actually had a very interesting conversation briefly, and I'd like to take up the conversation again with Shiva. It was because he has an interesting worldview when it comes to definitions of words. He has the idea, he follows the guy, it was a philosopher called Ludwig, I forget the last name, Ludwig Wittgenstein or something to that nature. But basically the idea is that words have no intrinsic truth because words are given meaning through use. And so that's why he kind of takes that, you know, that's his idea of basically that's what he follows. And so example, and Ludwig's take is something to the nature of word games, right? So the idea of word games is, example would be something like you go to your friend's house, right? And they're really good at making sculptures and lifelike things. And so you walk in and you see an apple and you point at it and you say, is that apple real? And in the context of what you're engaging in, they understand and, oh yes, that's a real apple. Not, it's a sculpture, right? However, if you went to a supermarket and you grabbed an employee and you pointed at the apples, is that a real apple? Then they would be right to probably lock you up in a loony bin or something, right? So the idea is that that's what gives words intrinsic, like truth meaning to some degree, right? But words in and of themselves don't have intrinsic truth to them. I've thought about it. It's an interesting concept, but I also have a few what I would say counters to it that I think kind of causes problems, because one of them being, if that is true, if we're going to accept that premise, then how can anyone ever be wrong, right? Because they could just be playing some new word game.
Right, it could be a new language that you recognize as your language, but it's in fact a different language. And what they're saying is true in their usage, and totally, and false in your understanding with the framework. You are just not privy to them.
Right. So I feel like it has some really difficult hurdles to get over philosophically, if that's even to be considered as being true. So Vara has responded with a few things. Where is that God's activity? Things are a little complicated right now. is that bitch is a lie right here. I'm not so focused as I want to be. Oh, I see. So he's also multitasking. So that's what's going on.
Right. So I would say that if you can go to Romans and you can go to chapter 1, verse 18, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because that, when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. So basically, God has shown in the conscience and in creation who he is and his attributes, the kind of God he is. And men, even if they don't know the gospel, even if they don't know who Jesus is, they still freely reject God to the degree of light and understanding God has given to them. So, and that is I believe that's a continuous active thing. The creation is a witness of God. The conscience of the individual person is a witness of God. And just to piggyback off what you were saying about words, intrinsically not having meaning, is that the framing he put it as?
Words intrinsically don't have intrinsic truth, I think is the verbiage he used.
Okay.
Oh, you dirty punk. I can't believe he did that.
So, I would also say that the actions of God happen when he saves people in time, like saves them from their sin. But as far as what you were saying for stuff, so you rely on history, quote, question mark. It could be written by anyone. I mean, any book you read could be written by anyone. So it's kind of special pleading to say that only the things you already disagree with are in question, and that the things you already agree with may or may not be in question or are stronger. So that would apply to any idea that you've ever received from a book. But anyway, I would say that if the law of identity is true and identity discerns between different things, then a word is a referent to that identity. And the identity of a thing is different than the thing itself. So the word is a placeholder for that identity, regardless of whether or not the word itself may have intrinsic truth. The reference that the word is used to point to the thing is the truth that we put like a tab on, right? So if we have a book and there's a page, like page number 8 or something like that, and we put a little sticky tab on that book, the sticky tab itself is not the page, and it's not the information on the page, but it directs us to that page, which directs us to the information on that page. So I see words as sticky tabs. They call me the sticky tab philosopher. No, they don't.
I mean, they could if you get enough people to say it, right? It could be like one of those nicknames that you show up and you just say over and over again until people start calling you it.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I think I'll stick with Rex these days, thanks to
Rex.
Missing Mod.
Yeah. I think that's.
I'm your dog now.
I think that was perfect, honestly, because I've been looking for like a short handle name to call you instead of typing out everything, your whole thing. So.
Well, I've said you could do Rex instead, because Rex actually takes out like one of the pronunciations of the E.
Yeah, but Rex is cool, man. That's a cool nickname.
Rex is what you call your dog. Come here, Rex. Let's play fetch.
I would be lying if I didn't say that was part of the fun of it, but yeah.
Well, I don't mind it. There's way worse names on YouTube, so I'll take Rex if that's fine.
I got lucky, man, with mine. Everyone calls me Mo because it's easy. I made this thing up like just on off the top of my head in the moment because I was so angry and I wanted to join one of Sarah's panels to like yell at somebody, and I didn't want to use my other account because it has my name, so I just made that up on the spot, and so now I'm stuck with it.
Is that a play off the meme, rebuttal?
No. There was I'll tell you where it was inspired from. There was a guy on YouTube, and he was a gaming streamer, and he played caricatures of like personas when he would play certain games. And so one of them was he was playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and he named his guy
man. Gameplay from that game is awesome.
Mo Dynamite was his name, because like like basically he wouldn't use guns, he would just only use dynamite, like, so it was Mo Dynamite. And I thought that was hilarious. I thought it was pretty funny because I'm a dweeb. So that's kind of what it was inspired from.
Interesting. Mo Dynamite is a hilarious name. Like,
yeah, exactly.
But also, Red Dead Redemption, there is an amazing 9-minute video of Red Dead Redemption mods. That's just epic. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I go back. I'm not even like a gamer, but I watch that and I'm like, this is amazing.
Well, that was like,
they have like horses that are huge.
That was an amazing storyline, honestly. That storyline had a lot going for it. It was really, really good. And it was kind of so me and my wife, like when we're hanging out sometimes for like date night, we'll have wine, and if we're not watching a movie, we'll do games, right? And it's kind of like just a me and her let's play, basically, right? She doesn't really like playing games, but she enjoys stories, the stories and whatnot. And the first game we ever did that with was Red Dead Redemption 2. And like have you played the game to the end?
Oh no, I never played. I just watched
footage. Okay. So
it's so beautiful.
Yes, and the story is really, really good. But basically the ending of that game, man, like it basically had her in tears. Like it was a tearjerker. Watching kind of like the redemption arc, and then the inevitable that things he had to deal with. I won't spoil anything if you ever do play it. I would highly recommend giving it a playthrough. It's really, really good. All right.
Yeah, I've just got too many. I got too many irons in the fire right now. So to take. I mean, and plus, like, if I got rid of streaming, like if I just stopped the YouTube thing altogether, I could probably do much better at life. But I find a lot of purpose in actually correcting, like, the things that people say about Christianity that are wrong. And, setting the record straight, because part of the reason me and Rev Russ get up in here, and Rev Russ is kind of, at a technological disadvantage, we'll call that right now. But we got in here because we were really sick of the worst of evangelicalism having the microphone when it came to these discussions online. It's like, this is so embarrassing. I'm not even like a pastor or gone to seminary, but I read the Bible. I understand, I believe I have a good grasp of it, and, or at least a better grasp of it than a lot of the evangelicals you'll see, in some of these places say some of the craziest stuff. But yeah, if I just stuck off, this is so much fun. It's fun and purpose put together. I like it a lot. Plus I like people in general.
Yeah.
So talking to people is amazing.
Yeah, I definitely get that aspect of it. It's been a blast just in the time that I've been here. It's definitely improved my debate ability and reasoning. And it is fun to kind of, and also it's fun to interact with people where they challenge kind of your worldviews, and then you get to kind of do like a self-re-examination, like, okay, well, why do I think this? What is my argument? How can I justify believing this? So it definitely has a lot of benefits. So I definitely understand that.
Vera says, how do they even learn about that God? Well, God reveals himself to them, and he reveals it in the creation by how it's made, by how we perceive God's existence through creation, and in our conscience, how we know right from wrong. And for example, him right now, he's challenging my worldview because he thinks it's good for him to challenge my worldview. He finds value in me agreeing with him because he finds value in people believing true things, which is why he's spending his time and energy discussing with me, because he sees value, which he can't prove exists, but he still believes anyway. And he says, if something exists, you can figure it out by yourself without any books in history. I don't know where the biggest stars in the universe are without books. I don't have access to the Hubble telescope. I don't have, and if I can't use like the databases of NASA, I can't figure any of that stuff out. I don't have the resources to do that on my own. So I don't understand his angle here.
This nerd actually believes in NASA. He thinks the moon landing's real. Holy crap. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now.
Don't say that in front of Jim Bob.
Yeah.
James Robert. You think we actually went to the moon?
Yeah, exactly. What a dweeb.
Yeah.
All
Just
right.
got in a tin can. Here am I sitting in a tin can. I can see him right now.
Yeah. There's actually a funny
I will say-
meme going around where there's this Italian guy, and he's like reviewing the moon landing, and he's just like basically spurging out, and like it's really hilarious because they show like a camera angle of the thing lifting off, and he's like, who's recording this right now? Who's doing this? Oh, okay, bye, goodbye, I'll see you later. You stay here and die with the camera. I'm gonna go now. He's just like losing his mind. He's like, what's going on here? He's like losing his mind talking about this. It's like an older guy.
I'd have to find that. You'll have to drop that in my Discord.
Yeah, I think I have it bookmarked on. Yeah, I'll post it. It's great. Great, I'm overcoming again. Actually, what is your
Another thing you...
Oh, wait, go ahead.
I was just going to say, another thing you have advantage of is you have the time motivation to do some decently fancy editing. And again, I'm grateful for your help with the setup you gave me for editing and downloading. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, man.
But I'm just like, you know what? I just love riding the wave of a live stream. You know, there's risk involved, and everything. You know, and you get corrected if you say something stupid. You know, and maybe that gets turned into your entire reputation for the rest of your life. But
Right.
I just, I don't know. Maybe it's the TikTok brain. Not that I have TikTok, but the YouTube Shorts brain that's really shortened out my attention span. I just don't feel like sitting there doing like super in-depth edits to make it super beautiful. I don't have the time with my life for all that kind of stuff. So I do find the live things fun. And you know what? Even Rob's like segment videos, Rob Nor's segment videos, they're not super fancy, edited either. It's not like a production. He just takes clips and he still gets views because he's bringing the content. I mean, even like TJ Kirk, how long have you been watching the general YouTube worldview space?
You mean as far as debate? Or
as far as worldviews, I think debate will be a subset of it, but worldviews going back and forth, clashing between creators on YouTube.
Maybe beginning of 2024.
Does the username VenomFangX ring a bell for you?
No.
So, what about TJ Kirk?
TJ Kirk?
Yeah.
No.
So, back in, I guess I'd have to say maybe 2006, when YouTube was still not yet owned by Google, and there were no ads, and it was mostly just like average people showing their home movies.
Wild
and,
Wild
like,
West.
saying, hi, YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then my username actually is also a callback to that, because there was a feature called response videos, and a response video would be the RE colon right before the subject line of the video that it was responding to. So the video it was responding to had that same subject line, same title, except for the RE colon. So yeah. So back in the day, there was an atheist named TJ Kirk, and he went by the Amazing Atheist. He's still around. At one point, he got to 1 million views.
Yeah,
but
I've heard that. I've heard that guy. I don't know if he's still around or anything, but I've heard of him.
He's still around, but I mean, how many of those are legacy subs? Who can tell at this point? But there was a clash he had with a probably homeschool. I don't want to disparage him, but he didn't handle some of the exposure as well as he might have hoped, I would say. I think that's just fair without he had some back and forth with TJ, and TJ was just, unfortunately for him, just funnier, more engaging, and Venom Fang X was, as Christians with rules and virtues, there's a bit of a public disadvantage to people because the atheist can do and say whatever, and for the Christian, it's like, if not for double standards, the atheist would have no standards at all. So it's kind of difficult. And Venom Fang X was clearly a big fan of Kent Hovind. Are you familiar with Kent Hovind?
No.
Kent Hovind is a creation science guy. He's also KJV only, and he's got some weird views and some
creation
scientist.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a 6-day creationist, but and I've seen his stuff when I was in my early teens, but anyway, you could tell that Venom Fang X was highly inspired by Kent Hovind, because you could tell that it wasn't his accent. Kent Hovind has this southern sort of southern Floridian accent, and because that's where he's out of. He's in Florida. And this guy who he was Jewish, and he's from a totally different part of America. So he had his voice sound kind of like Kent Hovind. You could tell the influence was heavy there. And
wait. So just to understand, he changed his voice to sound like it, or he just happened to sound like it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he changed his voice to sound like it just because he looked up to Kent Hovind a whole lot, and his mannerisms and all that kind of stuff. Now, eventually, he got his own voice and all that kind of stuff. I wonder if there's an annal or some kind of video compiling the entire thing between the two of them. But,
all the lore.
Yeah, all the lore. But that was the earliest Christian versus atheist stuff going on, and it heavily favored atheism, and which is why you see all these legacy atheist channels around that time that were buddying up at the time. And then now you don't see them as much anymore. Now you see more, I would say, serious atheists like Alex O'Connor, Unsolicited Advice, guys like that. Do you watch a lot of atheist content or no?
I'm starting to. I have a list right now. I mean, I'm not really just start to take it in, honestly, just to hear their arguments.
Yeah.
But,
I didn't come here for atheists, so I came here to correct the record from what I believe would be crappy false Christianity, and get the real gospel out there. But atheists inevitably, in your chat, show up and wanna pick a fight, So,
Yeah.
so it's not that I'm unfamiliar with many of the topics, but it's not the main reason why I'm here on YouTube. There are other people who can focus on atheists if they want, but So Vara says, Dodd, you received the message above about apocalypse. If you mean the Book of Revelation, then yes, and you can read it too.
Which way to the nearest library? And these things have stayed interesting.
I can't tell you that I know what it's all saying past the 3rd chapter, but you know.
I wonder.
You're free to read it.
Trying to think everything he said. I do wonder if he is an atheist, right? Could be something else going on there.
Vara?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. There's so many different worldviews out there, and so many different people who are. They'll say like, "Oh, I'm spiritual," but I believe in X, Y, Z. You know, it's a. You never know who you're gonna run into. You never know what worldview you're gonna run into. You know.
Sam Harris and Cenk Uygur say they're spiritual. You know, it just means, what does that mean? You have feelings? Like, what are you
Right? Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, definitely, I get it. They have empathy. That's what they have.
Yeah.
And how dare you don't have any?
Could you imagine Cenk Uygur going, "Oh!"
You ever? I don't know if you're like what your thoughts are on Steven Crowder, but whatever you think of him, if you haven't seen him show up to troll Cenk Uygur dressed as Cenk Uygur,
I saw that.
That is now okay. I don't think so. Crowder, he's kind of frustrating because he tries to be a comedian, and I don't think he's a very good comedian. But that was cinema. That was hilarious. Like showing up, trolling Cenk Uygur as Cenk Uygur. That was.
I will say it. I couldn't tell if it took guts or pride to stick to the bit once it kept going, because it was like seismic levels of awkward.
It was, yeah. So that's what made it funny, in my opinion. That was made more funny, but yeah.
Respite does wonders.
But I saw that for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we dealt with that mess. Guess we'll move on.
Yeah.
Got more to clear out here. Oil barrel. A wooden barrel. And disarm this. Actually, no, you're going to disarm this. You're better at this than I am. Ooh. That's pretty high, actually. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
as far as Crowder, he seems to have made more enemies than he has friends. And I mean of his former friends. He seems to, you know,
yeah.
People who are closest to him seem to go sour. And then I don't like Nick Fuentes at all for what I believe should be obvious reasons. And I think he was, I think he was kid gloving Nick Fuentes there.
Gotcha. Okay. One thing that my wife actually brought up that was it was kind of around this discussion of Crowder and his awkwardness and his show. So when you look at all the people he's angry at or he's had issues with that were previously friends, right? Multiple people have made reference to the way he kind of controls the studio. So the idea of like having like even like these signs where like if he's talking, like, you know, shut up, that sort of thing, right?
Oh yeah.
And then also someone said that there's even like a laugh sign too, like very much late show type I guess tactics or whatever you want to call it. So, and that's interesting because my wife made a point that she's watched multiple interviews of people she actually likes, but she's noticed that when they're on there, they all tend to do like this fake laugh thing that annoys her. And and so
it's like how M. Night Shyamalan turns great actors into bad actors.
Yeah, and so my thought immediately went to, oh, you know, it kind of tracks. I wonder if, you know, they're just doing the whole like laugh on cue thing, right? Which is funny because it's like this, like it's like he's trying to be a late night show with all the things that go along with that, and I don't know. I don't know if that's I mean, obviously he has a big following and he's successful and all that, great. But as far as that portion of it, I don't know if that works all that well.
Yeah, people can tell when it's not natural, and
Yes.
you might as well figure out how to, like, Conan O'Brien is my favorite late night guy. Like he just said, "That's stupid. Let's do it." That's how he seemed to operate. It's like,
Yeah.
It's like you could tell it was funny because he knew it was stupid. Some shows are stupid when they think it's funny, and there's a huge difference. And he one of the things I remember Conan did as a prank to make fun of how a joke didn't land, because sometimes it'd be like 50-50, sometimes it'd be 60-40, and some nights it'd be on fire, right? But a lot of times jokes would be so stupid and they would try it and it wouldn't land, and they'll be like, and then he would stop and go pause for edit, and then he would laugh and then make reference to the previous joke that happened before that joke that failed, as if they were, gonna cut and go to the next one.
Yeah.
But just he found creative ways to make it work when it didn't work. And I think Crowder needs to, instead of saying, let's pretend the unfunny is funny, so, then, I'd rather, just take the L and be a person as opposed to being, supreme chancellor or whatever of your emotions on the show. I mean, look, when Not Gay Jared, Quarter Black Garrett, that comedian who used to be on Compound with what was his name? Anthony Cumia.
Yeah, what was that guy's name? Oh man, can't think of his name.
I remember it too, but he's excellent, just excellent timing and thought and everything. And then Crowder bought him out, and he's like, I remember Crowder had bought him out after he had him as a guest, and it was like, he's easily the funniest guy in the room. Easily the funniest guy in the room. And then that went south too. And then his wife, unfortunately, you don't wish that on anybody.
Right.
And then his friends at the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring. Like I gotta say, I kind of don't care who you are. You don't record your friend's phone call with the mind to later broadcast it to the world when it comes to them actually trying to give you a hand of like doing a job. I never really understood the perspective of, well, it's really bad that the Daily Wire didn't give him like a monumental Hollywood deal. And it's like, honestly, Crowder has been struck so many times on YouTube. It's such a business risk to take. And the Daily Wire guys, I'm sure, knew that. So why would they want to take on such a risk and then pay him a ton of money to possibly get banned off multiple platforms for saying, stuff that gets you banned off multiple platforms? And then, so of course, if I'm Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, and I'm like looking at a business deal, it's like, yeah, okay, 50 million, you could probably feed your kids, on 50 million, I would guess. Plus, pay for your staff. And yes, I'm sure there's a lot of overhead with having the Steven Crowder show that demands probably more than 50 million. But at the same time, if I was a media company, I would not want to incur the risk that Steven Crowder's style of show brings upon itself. So I totally would get why Daily Wire would have a deterrent, if you will, sort of deal on the table. And you don't really owe your friends a job just because they're your friends anyway, and you don't owe them a certain income either, I think. It'd be nice, but that's all it is. It'd be, it's not like you did them anything wrong if you couldn't or wouldn't want to give. That's my perspective.
Right. I remember when that whole thing went down. I guess my thoughts are on it is it was so I thought, okay, so if you look at the deal in the vacuum, right? And you look at kind of what was going on at the time in context, I guess you could say the right was having problems on YouTube, and Daily Wire was kind of playing the game, right? They were playing the game along with that censorship, was my take on it from what I could, based on the way they act and the kind of the contract and that sort of thing. And that was kind of his critique of it, because it had a lot of clauses in there of, okay, if you get, basically if you get struck down, they had a lot of clauses in there of like crazy stuff where like they basically get everything to a certain degree. So if you look at that in a vacuum, I do see that as kind of like, okay, well, are we on the same side? Are we gonna fight this, or are we going to, enable it and subject other content creators to it? So I do get that part. Now, as far as I don't know if the context was recording a friend and over a business associate. So I don't know like what that whole thing works out to. And I agree with you, like just because you're like friends with somebody doesn't mean you're entitled to anything as far as like business dealings go, right? But it did, in my opinion, also kind of shed light on, I guess, the Daily Wire's position and how they viewed the landscape at the time. But I'm not a fan of the Daily Wire to begin with, so maybe I'm being a little biased, but there is the whole fallout with all the other people too, where it does seem that Crowder is essentially a personality that not many people mesh well with.
Right. I would also say that, let's say you take on a huge channel that you're paying a lot of money because they have a huge audience, but it's volatile, right? And because they do things that poke the censorship bear, more than the average bear, to mix my metaphors here. That's a lot of ad revenue to lose.
Right.
Like you're reliant upon that, and yeah, you get it.
I get that, yeah. But then the question becomes, then if that's the case, then why even offer it in the first place? Why? Because you could look at the offer as being, you could make the case that offer was to some extent predatory, right?
Predatory or insulting. Yeah, you could see it from that sort of aspect. I just tend to think it was like, this is awkward. Crowder's my friend. He's in dire straits. I don't like the way he operates his show, but I'm not gonna tell a man what to do. I want to help him out, and yet the mode of helping him out would be to bring him on the Daily Wire, which I don't want to do because now he's on my ship, and I don't want him to sink my ship. So I'll give him a deal, but I'll give him a deal that he kind of has to refuse. The opposite of Godfather. I'm going to give you a deal that you pretty much have to refuse.
Right, right.
And so in that way, it would be like a tacit admission of like, look, we see you as a high risk commodity. And as much as we can appreciate you doing your own thing on your own terms with your mug club, it's just there's too many things that we're not. I mean, they're not the same style, Daily Wire and Steven Crowder. They're not in the same wavelength of conservatism and a vision, and Ben Shapiro's never gonna have Alex Jones on his show unless one or both of them changes. Steven Crowder is gonna have Alex Jones on his show until the day he dies. Right. So just things like that. What would you say are the reasons that Ben Shapiro has fallen out of favor with people? Is it just loyalty to Israel, or is there other stuff?
I would say that's a big component. I mean, honestly, that was the thing that made me start to kind of question him as an individual, going all the way back to, I think it was 2017. He was on some sort of interview or something like that, and he made the declaration that his loyalty to America is dependent on how loyal America is to Israel. And at that time, I was just kind of coming into my political views, and I viewed that as, okay, so you're not actually loyal to America. You're not. You care more about this other foreign country that, honestly, I don't. I don't really care too much about, right? So that was one thing for me, and I think that kind of, when it happened, it kind of was brushed under the rug. And then with the whole, crazy stuff with Israel recently, then it just, all this stuff started to resurface, and then it really started to tank his reputation to a large degree. Also, he's had some, I can't think of him off the top of my head, but he's also had some crazy takes in the last few years that just make people go, what? Oh yeah, one of them was, he was making the case that like people should basically work until they die. Like there should be no retirement. Like there should be nothing. That was another take that he made that was okay. So, which I could get the idea of like, for a productive society, like as far as I'm concerned, like I'm gonna be working on something, right? But I don't ever like plan on like stop working on things, right? That's just kind of like because I think that there's joy in that and fulfillment to some kind of degree. But the idea that no one, like the retirement age should be removed from everyone is a bit of a wild take.
Well, I think what he was saying was, I remember when that came out, I didn't take it as harshly as people seem to take it. I took it as like, usually when people tend to stop working, as a result of that, they tend to die faster. Whereas people who are continuously working throughout their lives tend to live longer. I didn't take that as like we should use government power to remove Medicare or Medicaid or anything like that, even though a lot more libertarian people might do that. That's not how I understood it. I might have to go back and rewatch that to see what he actually said, but I remember not having the same reaction or understanding that other people did. And also, as far as his loyalty to America and Israel, I will say for the Jewish people as a whole, it's hard for them to find a continent without a nation, without people who seem to insatiably want to band together to exterminate them. And so as far as loyalties to like the one place where the government has the same self-interest as you, I understand where he's coming from, because I can't find any other people group who has to face not just persecution and not just enslavement and all that kind of stuff, but like systematic extermination, the threats within Europe and threats in the Muslim world and things like that is, extraordinary compared to other in-group, out-group issues that humanity has faced. That's where I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand that angle, but for me, there's a lot of questionable things that Israel is involved with, that I don't really agree with. Well, I don't agree with at all. And also, there's been a lot of things historically that they're involved with that I don't think is really good for America, right? Because Israel, so example, Israel is considered, they consider, their borders and their sovereignty to be very important as far as like immigrants, stuff like that. There's been many politicians over there that are, Israel, they're very like anti-letting like, refugees and things like that in there if they can help it, right? But at the same time, there's government organizations funded by Israel that head off like basically giving out pamphlets and giving people instructions of how to basically get to America in droves, right? There's been things that's come to light like that is questionable, that I don't think is great.
See, I knew Mexico had those things, but I was not aware of any of that being sourced from Israel.
Yes, it is.
So that would be new. That would be news to me. I mean, yeah, obviously I would. So I'm not a dispensationalist, so I'm not like a ride or die Israel person.
That's a whole nother thing too. Yeah.
Right. So, so my emphasis would be like the spiritual and physical wellness and safety of the Jewish people, regardless of whether or not the state of Israel exists. This is not me being like a blind, whatever. But I also see on the other extreme like this blind hatred for the sake of, who they are and not just where they live or what the government apparatus is doing. So that's the kind of thing I'm most leery about when it comes to, say, Nick or Jim Bob or I haven't watched enough Jay Dyer, but he does enough like Jewy kind of joking that it's I'm starting to wonder like what's going on here. Jim
Well,
Bob is
I'll tell
over the line
you,
for sure.
I'll tell you one thing where it comes. Like one of the reasons that you, because those guys are Orthodox, right? And I'll give you the reason. One of the reasons, right? Why Orthodoxy views that. So if you look at, okay, this is a few whiskeys in my brain, but so you'll have to bear with me. But basically, the situation with Soviet Russia, they exterminated. The count's really like disputed, but I think on the conservative, it's something like 30 million Christians, right? The administration, the Bolsheviks at that time, were made up of two, either mostly Jewish people, and a few atheists. And so, and that's the reason why in Orthodoxy, you're actually, if you're communism, it's one thing that's not accepted. So there's historical reasons.
What's the thing that's not accepted?
Communism.
Okay.
So, and that's one of the reasons why. Well, actually, probably the main reason why, but so when you look at that and you look at the history of the because Rabbinic Judaism wasn't codified until 500 AD. So before that, and which is what's currently their current religion today, and before that, it would be more accurate to say like the Jewish religion wasn't really unified. So it's more accurate to say before that you're looking at Judaisms, right? Many different sects and kind of like scattered than Judaism. But during that time, also they have a history of just being like basically when Christians came on the scene, like they basically made it their goal to discredit and go after and persecute to whatever degree they could.
Oh yeah, we know that that's in the Bible, that's in the Book of Acts, that's in the Gospels. We
Right.
know that for sure.
So,
but obviously that's not an ontological, universal, hereditary statement about.
Well, no, because actually I've met through Orthodoxy, I've actually met Jewish people who've converted to Orthodoxy, right? So I actually know people from Jerusalem and even Israel and other different places that I've been able to talk to and have conversations with. It's been, it's been great. But so I'm just trying to give you like the history of like why Judaism is viewed to the degree it is by a lot of people like say Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and the others.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. Here's the thing. There's Judaism and then there's Jewishness. And when Jim Bob criticizes Nick Fuentes for flip-flopping and all this kind of stuff, he's criticizing him for going weak on the racialism of Nick Fuentes like he usually does. I mean, because usually lately Jim Bob has been criticizing him for not going hard enough.
Okay.
And we know what Fuentes is up to. We know what Fuentes has got: the race realism, demographics, destiny, like your genetics are the punch code to your behavior and what you're going to believe and how you're going to act and your limitations and things. Like he's totally on that. Nick Fuentes specifically. And I've not heard Jim Bob ever criticize him for that aspect. I've heard him criticize him for not doing it enough lately, but I've not heard him criticize him for the fact that he did it at all. So that's what I'm leery of.
I see. So your take would be that you recognize some of these points of conflict or tension, but at the same time, you're not willing. You don't want to subscribe it to marking off an entire race of people, right?
Here's the thing: we can agree pretty easily that there's a difference between your beliefs and your bloodline, your genetics.
Yeah.
Like there's an ontological disagreement, and so to align the two would be a mistake.
I'll take that.
Right, because I mean, Christianity, we hope all come to Christ. So that would kind of go against that idea.
Correct. Every tribe and tongue and nation, right? And
right.
And if I say anything like, especially the Jews, what I'm getting at is passages like Romans 9, 10, and 11, where it focuses specifically on how the Jews have rejected Christ, but has God cast off his people? Surely not. I could read Romans 9, 10, 11 on your stream, but I'm sure whatever. People could read it for themselves. People can go to Protestant sources, Orthodox sources on that, and I'm sure it won't be like way far off in terms of like that there's a message to Christians to not be high-minded against the Jews, right? So those are specific commands to Christians because we're supposed to have a warning from Hebrews 11 where it talks about how the Jews are the natural branches, meaning that which are the lineage which brought forth Christ, and we are the grafted wild branches. That mean we're the Gentiles. We're outside of that, and so if God can uproot the natural branches, how much faster, how much sooner can we as the unnatural be plucked off and then be grafted back in? So that's the warning to us as Gentile Christians. But anyway, what I see is, especially in really dumb Protestant areas, and apparently there's some in the Catholics and Orthodox too, the race realist kind of thing, where it's like genetics is destiny, and there is a hierarchy of race and limitations and all that. It's just the stuff you thought went away with some of the cavemen in society is being popularized by what I would think of as emotional reactionaries trying to deliver just old crap with new wrapping. That's how it feels to me. And so I see that's a threat to the gospel. I see it as a threat to the truth. And so that's one of the things I want to hit up on if I had more time to stream more. But I want to definitely stream about the things that matter to me. And that's one of the things that matters to me recently is putting an end to that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's so for me, my angle with it is things that I mentioned previously is not, and to your point about truth, right? I don't think it doesn't matter who it is, right? Any group of people should not be above criticism. So like if we go into, we can go to like crime statistics, right? And then like, the cultures that tend to like evolve around that and participate in it, and all that, right? And that seems to be something that is even Ben Shapiro talks about, right? But when it comes to criticizing, hey, why is Israel like, why are they funding all these like NGOs to do things that are kind of counterintuitive to Americans' interest and also counterintuitive to like what you say you want for Israel? Why are you trying to, put this on other people? And also, trying to you can go the whole dispensational thing of like, trying the Temple Institute and trying to rebuild the Third Temple and all that. It seems to be like this thing, according to like Ben Shapiro and people like that, where it's off limits. Like you're not allowed to criticize no matter what. And so that anytime you have that stance over any group, doesn't matter who it is, you're gonna have people naturally push back on it. So that's kind of where oh my god, this is just ridiculous. Like, why is this a 20? Like, can you just give me a freaking break here? Like, just roll something. You have like plus 10. Thank you so much. Oh, critical failure. Thank you. Anyway, that's kind of where I come from that angle. Like I am an American. I mean, you could even say I'm American first. I don't think anyone has a claim over that terminology. I think they existed long before anyone tried to claim it, right? I think America is where I am. I'm a patriot. I want the best for America and its people. I also want, the best it can be for other countries, but not sacrificing America for that. That's kind of my view on it. And so when I look at all these different political
everything
movements,
you've said so far is reasonable.
Right. So that's where I come in, and that's kind of my angle. As far as the Jim Bob stuff, I don't know. I would have to see some examples of what you're talking about to comment further on it. The only thing I've seen from him is he plays into it. Like, that's his shtick. He's a comedian to a large degree. That's his channel, and that gets the yucks. So,
yeah.
Oh, God. I have 28 more attempts at this. Let's see. 5. Yeah, I have a 7 to 10 advantage. I only have to roll like a 15 and I'm good. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, but I also do see the other, to your point, like going too radical, like in the other, where you can devolve, you can like, degrade into this idea of like, someone born out of the womb has intrinsic evil properties about them, right? Which is
right, more so than somebody else. Yes,
Right.
that's the problem, because then you're saying that certain bloodlines of people are going to have greater punishments in hell than others because of their bloodline resulting in greater sinfulness than other people. And some people groups are just less sinful because of their bloodline rather than because of who they are as an individual. That is completely contrary to all Christian thinking. It's like God judges the individual, right? And the individual is judged for their decisions, and they're not judged for genetics, and also the genetics. I mean, look, sin is not a genetic thing; it's a spiritual thing. So it's a category error on that level too. So to say that your genetics would force you to be a more sinful person, it's like, well, we're in Adam, right? So if we're still lost, then that means that we're in Adam. We're not in Christ then at that point. But there's only two people to be in under the federal headship, according to Romans 5. There's being in Adam, or there's being in Christ. And so, but people who would say, well, you're of this lineage, so therefore you're going to, like, people will take what you said about crime statistics and mean, well, that means that that's genetic, that they're like genetically predisposed to more sin than other people. And it's like, well, no, you could easily attribute that just to culture in and of itself. You could easily say that, I mean, sins are choices, right? And so the choice, you're not held accountable for something that was like,
you mean everyday
involuntary,
sin, not like inherent sin, right?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's that distinction. But when
Yeah.
I say sins, I make individual particular
Gotcha.
sins.
Yeah.
Those are choices. Those are not reflexes. And the way that the race realists talk about them, they talk about them as if sins are the reflexes of your genetics, and some genetics are more fallen than others. And then, of course, they always paint themselves as the one that are the least fallen, the second to least fallen, if they're really humble, So it's, yeah, I see that as fundamentally disgusting. I reject that. It's the same kind of thing that people have used to propagate some kind of wiping out of peoples, throughout many different kinds of civilizations. They're worse than us by dint of birth, and therefore we have an obligation to like see their end or rule over them or things like that. That's the kind of thing that I think anybody who claims to have any grasp of Christian ethics should feel morally obligated to speak out against if they have a channel and if they have a platform of any significance and influence, especially, and if they call themselves Christians.
Right. Yeah, I get that. If I'm tracking right, everything you said there seems reasonable. I don't think I would disagree with that.
I mean, if you want to say, people also talk about like race and IQ and who's got more and who's got less or whatever. It's like, even if you want to say, let's just, we'll do the Andrew. We'll grant it. We'll just grant it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just grant it. Then
Mm-hmm.
fine. Then
we'll live in that worldview. Yeah.
Yeah. Then if that, let's just accept it that that's the case. Jesus says, thank you, Father, I bless you that you have shown these things unto babes and held them from the wise and prudent, for so it was good in thy sight. So that means that the less IQ you have, based on what Jesus is saying there, you're in a better position to receive things from God than if you were like really knowledgeable and really, had a big brain. And I think there might be something similar to how riches work too, because it's blessed. There's a lot of woes for rich people in the Bible. It's very hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. James chapter 5 says, "Woe to you who are rich." My gosh, I'm going to quote it. I'm just going to go to James chapter 5.
Wait, can you run that last one back? I don't know if I tracked it all the way. What was it about?
Oh yeah. Give me a second. Let me pull that one up.
Making a race.
Unto babes.
Making a case for IQ being not what the heck?
Okay, I'm gonna go Matthew 11:25.
Okay.
So Matthew 11:25 goes down to, "At that time Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for it seemed good in thy sight." So the idea there is there's a lot of people who are very knowledgeable, very smart, very brainy, just naturally talented in their brain. And those who are more, simple people, God tends to bless them more with like spiritual, simple, profound, but very real knowledge of him that is otherwise with. I mean, look at the Pharisees, right? The Pharisees were smart people, very well-educated people, among the top in terms of their knowledge. But God, revealed himself to fishermen, simple fishermen, and tax collector and other just very basic, unlearned people. That's just one example of that. And so what I'm saying is, even if their genetic model is true, it only disadvantages those who would put themselves over other people because of their intellect and say that they have.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if you're granting
edge.
the worldview of these people, then you're making the case for, biblically speaking, that it doesn't necessarily even matter.
Yeah, not only does it not matter, but it actually puts you, if there is a hierarchy and you consider yourself the higher IQ one, you're under those who are more simple, spiritually speaking, in that hierarchy.
Yeah, can you send me that verse? Because I'd like to think more on it. I'm not sure what
I'm going to drop it in the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Oop. Okay, and then I'm going to go to James chapter 5 about the rich. Warning to the rich, verses 1-6, chapter 5. "Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth-eaten. Your gold and silver is cankered, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh as it were fire. Ye have heaped treasure together for the last days. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth. And the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. Ye have lived in pleasure on the earth, and have been wanton. Ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and he doth not resist you." So there's a lot of shade. There's a lot of warning given to rich people, and a lot of, and you go to Psalm 73 as well. There's a lot of warnings about how riches can be also God's judgment upon people, because he gives them over to what their heart desires, which, if it's not God, then God can give you over to what you desire in judgment instead of denying you what you desire in mercy, so as to continue to seek him instead. But, I see that also in terms of intellectual riches. Those can be a hindrance to you spiritually because you're so gifted that you look at your gifts rather than the gift giver, who is God.
guy just straight up died.
We all do someday.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not me. You know, I'm just haven't experienced that yet. I'm gonna keep trying that. Just not gonna do that, right? So far, it's working.
You're gonna keep trying it. What are you gonna keep trying?
To not die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So far, it's working. I gotta say, I have 100% success rate of not dying so far, and I think that that means that I'll just always be that way, right?
Problem of induction, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Always be
what is that? It's a fallacy of just because something's always happened, it'll always be that way. I forget which fallacy that is.
Yeah, I wish I knew all the fallacies better. It would be so much more useful to know them by name and put them together. It took me a while to even memorize how affirming the consequent worked. Because the way the phrase sounds, it didn't match up to what the fallacy was in my head. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I think there's also a... I'm pretty sure there's a fallacy as well.
Yes. Yeah, so the fallacy would be that someone's conclusion is wrong because they use the fallacy to get there, even though that's not true. Their conclusion might be actually reflecting something that's true, you know, even if the fallacy, even if their reasoning was wrong, how they arrived at that. That's my understanding.
Right. Like, just because they're bad at explaining their argument, you know, doesn't necessarily mean the argument's untrue.
Right, like if I say that sky is blue, therefore Donald Trump is president, well, that, you know, that is not good logic, but that doesn't mean my conclusion is wrong. So if you say, well, your reasoning was wrong, therefore Donald Trump is not president, that would be the fallacy.
Yeah, yeah. Can get an owlbear? Oh wow, terrible at this.
What's that sound?
It's me failing a roll. It's an owlbear. Gave him some food.
Sure, that was not in medieval literature.
The owlbear?
Is it?
No, I don't think so.
It's D&D, isn't it?
Yeah, that's like I'm pretty sure that's a. Well, actually, I don't know if that it might be based in like some sort of mythos or something of. You know, but I've only ever seen owlbear in D&D context.
Right, me too.
The creature
That's a tiny little thing.
Yeah, he's small right now. He's gonna get big later.
With a hungry chirp, he steps forward.
They are more bear than owl.
The hand that feeds is the hand that's loved.
Thanks, Gil. Appreciate
Never
it.
leave your side now.
He is more bear now than owl. Twisted and
Great, Gale. You scared him off. Everything was going fine until you walked up, Gale. You ruined everything.
You and your purple shirt.
You ruined everything. Can you hear me cracking my knuckles? Did that come through?
No.
No, well, I already cracked all of them. I can't crack them again. The moment's passed.
Noise cancellation probably helps too.
Okay. Oh man, I didn't get how tough I am on stream. That's unfortunate. Anything to reaffirm my masculinity.
Dude, remember that whole thing is like, I'm secure in my masculinity before you do the gayest thing ever.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Does anybody who's actually secure in their masculinity feel the need to declare it before doing something really gay?
Yeah. Well, that's like the it's the old trope is like a king walking around his court declaring he's the king. It seems to.
I am king.
I
just
remember.
So you know.
Don't you know that I'm king? You remember, I'm king.
Right.
It reminds me
that's
of
the same kind of mindset.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, why didn't Jesus say he was God? It's like, well,
right.
It's the same thing. It's like, I am king. I am guys. Hello.
Imagine reading that over and over again. By the way, I am God. Don't forget. Yeah.
Right.
That's well, it reminds me of of people like
if atheists lived in that world, they'd be like, well, if he's God, why does he need to say it? I mean, you can't
Yeah.
you can't satisfy atheists.
right, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead. You were
it
talking.
is- yeah. The so it reminds me like in like debates and stuff. You see people like who's a good Brian Shapiro. Have you seen him on Rob Noor? Freaking out and just like the debates with him. I can't hear you if you responded. Did you say anything?
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I was like,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, those are long and painful and all that
Yes,
stuff.
they are long and painful. But if you notice, he has a habit of when he's in a debate or something, he's always he states over and again, "I'm very intelligent. I'm a smart person," or some version of that. And he says that a lot, and it's to the point where I would love to schedule a debate with that guy and then just show up and like every time I say something or make an argument at the end just go, "I'm very intelligent," if you couldn't just just say it over and over again and see how long I could keep it up before he realizes I'm just mocking him basically.
You're just trolling him.
Yeah. That would be hilarious. But yeah, it's definitely
there's a verse on this too.
Oh yeah, of people declaring their superiority.
Something along those lines. So Proverbs, I had to look it up. I had to look up a lot. I know verses in my head more than I know the references. I'm sure that's understandable.
Yes.
Proverbs 27 verse 2. Let another man praise thee, and not thine own mouth, a stranger, and not thine own lips.
Good advice. Good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely
that's
good
one,
advice.
but there's another.
Where's Gale at? He's way over there. What a loser by himself.
I should speak up. This vessel is at thy
The vessel only stares blank.
Take
You'll need to make room in your party.
Shedheart. Well, the question is, can Gale come over here?
I've also, the one I was originally looking for was in Luke 14, actually. Luke 14, 7 through 11, he says, "And he put forth a parable to those who were bidden, when he marked how they chose out the chief rooms, saying to them, When thou art bidden of a man to a wedding, sit not down at the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him. And he that bade thee and him come and say to thee, Give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room. But when thou art bidden, go and sit in the lowest room, that when that bade thee to come, he might say unto thee, Friend, go up higher. Then thou shalt have worship in the presence of them that sit and meet with thee. For whosoever exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humble himself shall be exalted."
That reminded me, you saying that. I actually recently had an exchange with someone who seems to be convinced that polygamy is not a sin. And that...
All right, you ready?
And in the Bible, it doesn't specifically say that it's a sin. And there's actually like kind of like Levitical law around it, right? And I went through the whole thing with them, and talked around that a bit. But they're convinced on that. And the start of the argument came from my approach to the argument was getting them to agree with what sin is, right? And there's a better way to word this, I'm sure. I'm probably going to butcher it. Like I said, I got whiskey brain right now. But basically, I guess in my view, sin is, for lack of a better term, like the exact opposite of God, right? Like whatever thing is like the I'm looking for the word here. That goes against God and like the order, to put it that way, right? That's not a great way to put it, but I can give you a better definition when I'm not currently where state I'm in right now. But he agreed to that, right? And it's like, okay, so you agree to that. So there's a standards. God has standards. God is the author of marriage. He made, Adam and Eve. He didn't make Adam, Eve, Susie, Julie. He made Adam and Eve. And then even in the New Testament, when it references marriage, it talks about one man, one woman. It's like, so there's clearly a standard. And it even references other scriptures and things like that, right? And even after that, he's like, yeah, but it doesn't actually say it's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't know how you, but what is your take on that? Because I found it so frustrating to like hear someone basically talk in circles.
Okay. So I am friends with a guy named Chris Iverson. He has a book called Divorce Your Remarriage, and he's got a channel under the same name. Okay. One of the things he brings up, here's the kill shot really for polygamy. Because what they say, if I say the polygamy is wrong because you're cheating on your wife, let's say you have your first marriage, and then how do you engage in your second marriage without cheating on your original wife, right? And then if they say, well, it's a mass wedding, well, then the mass wedding is automatically self-voiding because you're making a vow to God to cheat on somebody. So a mass wedding is none of those vows are viable whatsoever. So that's not an actual wedding that happened there. But if you have a first wife and then you try to take on a second wife, that cannot be. So what the polygamists say is that because there is no construct for cheating on your second wife, then therefore it's impossible to cheat on your second wife as a man. It's possible for your wife to cheat on you, but it's not possible for you to cheat on your wife. Here's why that's wrong. If you go to Mark chapter 10, verses 1 through 12, and I'm going to put that in the chat too, so you'll. I might even just put it in your Discord.
Yeah. I would say the Discord's probably the Discord's probably the better place to put it. So it kind of like puts it in one area for reference. Yeah. Because then I don't have to go through chats and stuff and find it on streams.
I had a few threads. And Andrew has debated polygamy before, but I just dropped to you Mark chapter 10 verses 1 through 12, and this was actually one of my super chats I gave to Sarkar because he brought this up about polygamy. But if you read, I'll read it aloud right here. And he arose from thence and cameth unto the coast of Judea by the farther side of Jordan, and the people resort unto him again, and as he was wont, he taught them again. And the Pharisees came to him and asked him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife, tempting him? And he answered and said unto them, what did Moses command you? And they said, Moses suffered to write the bill of divorcement and to put her away. And Jesus answered and said unto them, for the hardness of your heart he wrote this precept, but from the beginning of creation God made them male and female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. And the disciples, and in his house the disciples asked again in the same manner. And he said unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery, get this, against her. Those two words kill shot the deal for any other approach to any subsequent wives for any man. Because if there is a category of committing adultery against your wife, even to the point of where divorce is not real, divorce is just a legal fiction, which is one of my more controversial beliefs. But the fact that you commit adultery against her, the fact that that's actually a thing, is Jesus clarifying, saying, look, what Moses did was in the civil law. It was not in the moral law. It was a provision because of the hardness of the hearts of men to avoid something worse coming, like either that they would swap wives for some kind of prostitution loophole, or that they would kill their wives because they were hard of heart, right? So it was better in the civilization for allowing the divorce to happen in the land rather than on a legal level. But it wasn't a reflection of God's actual design of marriage to have an escape clause like divorce. And it closes in verse 12, and if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committeth adultery. So anyway, the Mark 10 is the kill shot, because then and it's just logically doesn't make any sense either, because let's say that you have one wife and then you see another woman at the grocery store and you think she's pretty stinking sweet, and then you start walking over to her and you're talking about pomegranates, and if your first wife is jealous when you supposedly have the right to continue collecting wives like Pokemon cards, then is she wrong for being jealous? Isn't that kind of absurd to say that she's wrong for being jealous?
Right, yeah. And that's one of the... We actually looked up that scripture, right? Because he was... And I mean, you know me, I don't get super deep into the scriptures, like going back and forth for argumentation's sakes, just for my own reasons. But it was brought up, and even after reading what you just read there, the guy still... Like, I mean, to be fair to his argument, he did say that, well, maybe I'm wrong, but look, I don't see it. Like he was at least on the surface making the claim that perhaps he had the wrong view, but at the same time, like, still not really changing his view. And it was a pretty weird circular logic to really kind of like discuss it with him. He seemed to not really like, just he just seemed to be stuck in like like it was like his favorite argument or something. I don't know.
Yeah, polygamist is weird. More at 10.
Yeah, it was, and he was, you know, he claims to be, you know, a Christian, and I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how. And he's in the debate field. He is a debater. I won't mention his name because he's not here to defend himself. I don't want to, like, you know, shit on the guy. But,
yeah.
But he was very much convinced, and it was a very odd encounter. And like I said, even reading the scripture you brought up, and also just kind of like reasoning with him logically, which is usually my approach. So, and that, by the way, that's something that I've been wanting to mention to you. Like, so that's how do I put this? So for someone like me, who doesn't want to get, yeah, we're going, I'm attempting, Avar, I'm attempting to take out Menthara in the Goblin Camp. We'll see how it goes. More at 10. You're finally home. Oh, okay. Congrats. Hope you had safe travels. Everything's going well for you, buddy. But we're going to try to do the Menthara fight here, and we're going to try to knock her out. We'll see how it goes. It hasn't really been, I'll be honest with you, it hasn't been going swimmingly so far. We've had a lot of things happen that just haven't gone according to plan. But that's okay. But anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. Okay. So as far as, yes, reasoning. So as far as, okay, so someone like me, and I hope this might give a little context, and to some of the, and we don't have to get in like the whole, like, you know, back and forth of like the argumentation if you want, but I'm just wanting to put this out there. For someone like me who has a what I consider a really good reason to not go deeply into like theological debate, right? I rely on philosophy and logic to have arguments like I had with that one guy without trying to like go too much into scripture, right? Because I'm not trying to like be a preacher, right? And so that's a way that I can engage in it from a logical standpoint without overstepping bounds, if you want to put it that way, right? But I can also understand from someone of your perspective how that would be frustrating, because you base a lot of your arguments, or maybe, I don't know, I'm not trying to speak for you, but a lot or maybe even all, you clarify, on scripture, right? So it's almost as if when someone who takes my approach engages with someone with your approach, we're having like, we're basically having two different arguments and they don't necessarily interject cleanly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think one reason for that is when I am using scripture, I'm using the inspired word of God, the inspired writings of God as the authoritative reference to whatever concept he is speaking about in a passage. So I could, if I say logically marriage is this or that, but if I'm just using logic divorced from where the actual ontos of marriage or any other topic that God actually establishes comes from, then I don't have an authoritative way of saying what it is. Because if you get somebody says marriage is a contract and there's actually a spiritual aspect to marriage, or you become family, you become flesh, then just pure logic isn't going to get you there. Pure logic might say that, well, that's just a social contract. We just invented it. Isn't it great? You can say some of these logical things, but I don't think logic alone is going to help with why can't we have I don't know how you would prove with logic alone that the God of the Bible defines what marriage is, and that's why 2 guys, 2 women, 8 guys, 16 girls, and Billy Goat
it would
can't
look
be a
something
marriage.
like what I gave that guy. Like, I got him to agree of what sin was, right? And I mean, that's a very like, it's a very colloquial like usage, like everyone understands like to some degree what sin is, right? And then kind of like defining it down to like, okay, well, is it the inverse of like God's order? And if he agrees, okay, great. Like, that doesn't require me to reference scripture. That just requires me to say, kind of mentioning things that everyone has like access to some degree, right? And so I can engage in that manner without going into scripture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think, but you're talking about a guy who already subscribes to what he professes as Christianity, right?
Right.
Whether
Yes.
it is or
Yes.
not. So you already have that basis to work upon. But in the case of if you're trying to reason with somebody who is an atheist or whatever, and you want to talk about right and wrong,
right?
The tools you're going to use are going to drag him to specifically the God of the Bible, I would think, and not just a generic God, because a generic God could also theoretically allow for marriage to be 18 different other kinds of things.
Well, but also, to be fair, like, one of the strongest arguments against atheists is tag, right? And like, tag doesn't require you to doesn't require you to go into scripture, because it's off the table for atheists. The atheists don't put any, like, by nature of being an atheist, they don't put any authoritative reference to the Bible.
I mean, it would depend on. So I use tag along with scripture. I think
Sure.
you and Eli and others don't. I actually think it's easier with scripture. I mean, especially if you know the scriptures like well, because then you can characterize what different things actually are in a way that is cohesive and is not. I don't know, the generic God thing. It's like generic God doesn't speak to people, but the true God has spoken to us of his nature and his relationship with us in his word. And so that's why we can talk about sin, because it's not a deistic kind of God. It's not a theoretical God, because you'd have to, that's why I appreciate Greg Bonson and his lectures so much, is because he's like, well, what if you're talking to a Jewish person? What are you talking to a Muslim? What if you're talking to a Buddhist? Especially like, well, what do you do if you're talking to a Muslim? You can still use presuppositionalism, but you do it with the shared scriptures they have. Same thing with a Jewish person. You can still use presuppositionalism, but you do it with the shared scriptures. And so I find that to have a lot more flexibility and utility than anything else. So, for example, you saw my slavery debate, and you saw I was able to use Ephesians 6:9 to thread that needle, along with the other Romans 13 and 1 Corinthians 7:21. Because I guess in my case it was biblical Christianity and not. But how do you argue against? How would you argue against slavery from bare theism without doctrinal statements like Genesis 9:6 about man being made in God's image, as opposed to man just being a creature.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you just mentioned it. Like in that debate, you had the premise of arguing within the worldview, but versus other atheists, you wouldn't necessarily have that. But sorry,
Right, but if you
give me what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is, let's say you wanted to convince an atheist that slavery was bad, you know, for whatever reason. Let's just engage a hypothetical.
Sure.
How would you use that? Just doing tag of a generic placeholder god.
Well, so my approach to that would be, okay, I'd have to find out what the atheist bases their morals on. I would probably take their worldview and then work with inside of it, and then either dismantle it or show them, how it doesn't make any sense or something to that nature. Like I would have to, it would really depend on the person to approach that, because if I'm going at it and they're an atheist and they don't put any authority on Christianity or Christian morals or anything to that nature, I would use their own worldview against them to show them how it's bad, and that would take different forms depending on exactly what their moral structure is based on. That would be my approach. But that's kind of the approach that I take with a lot of things. Is my debate structure is very much the Socratic method of finding out what they believe and then kind of working in their worldview and then working back.
So, but if you were trying to persuade them that slavery was bad, whereas they might say that, oh, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, or maybe it's just a gray area, maybe it's actually permissible, maybe there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Let's say it was your goal to persuade them that was the case, that it was not good. How would you do that using tag?
I don't know if I would use tag. I don't know if I would use tag for that, because I think that's a different argument.
Okay, yeah.
Because, tag is essentially trying to prove metaphysical concepts and their connection to a higher mind versus necessarily slavery. Yeah. I don't know how to approach this.
Use tag. No kidding.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go in there and start talking philosophy.
Hey, Goblin.
Hey, Goblins.
What's your epistemic?
Yeah. What is your
foundation?
what is your epistemology? Can you tell me?
Yeah. Can you justify those weapons in your hand?
Is any of this real?
What's your ultimate authority for using those weapons? Anyway. I see Vera is complaining in the chat, saying, it's always God. Come on, man. I'm waiting for an objection. It's very difficult for me to understand why do always touching that God in all questions. Well, because God is transcendent, so therefore God relates to everything. I mean, you were...
I am a human of the planet Earth. What do you mean?
I can't just be a human of the planet Earth. What is a human?
What is a human?
Here we go.
What is even
what is a human?
Space, man, when you think about it.
We're going full Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What is... Man, dude.
Stardust.
Look, man. So I remember being like younger and seeing his clips, and he would have like these different takes, and it was like, oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting little tidbit of curiosity. But as I got older, I started to kind of like listen to this guy, especially since he went kind of like nutty woke, made it a little easier. But it's like, wow, once you sit there and you kind of examine it and you you take in what he's actually saying and like and his claims, it's like this guy's a freaking hack. Like this guy's just a hack. Like he's just like fishing for, because I remember there was one clip on him on Joe Rogan, right? And he posed like some paradox of Pinocchio, and Joe Rogan.
My nose will now grow.
Yeah, and Joe Rogan kind of refuted it, like based on the premise that he put forth. He kind of refuted it like right on the spot, and it was like, no, it doesn't work that way. like it's like it doesn't work that way.
That's interesting. Okay, how did he refute it? I want to hear that. That sounds cool. Let me hear that.
You're asking a lot for me right now. Actually, you want to just watch it? Hold on. I could probably pull it.
Yeah,
up.
let's do that.
Yeah, we can take a brief momentary meme break. I
communicate all of my theories using Disney films, just like Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, just like Jordan Peterson. Yeah. I wonder if that's a bit of that, right? I wonder, because I've noticed other people doing that too. I wonder if they're like trying to capture that lightning in the bottle that made Jordan Peterson so famous. Let's see.
Well, that's why Seamus Coughlin of Freedom Tunes did the whole thing with Shrek. I don't know if you saw him, but he played himself in front of Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson as Jordan, doing a literary theme breakdown of Shrek and how it has like morals for your life. But I won't ruin it if you're going to look that up yourself.
Yeah,
even though I don't like Jordan Peterson's worldview, I think it's a twisting of the Bible and turns it into a Jungian psychological, archetypical exercise. Archetypical, I think is the word. I do kind of miss his overall influence for better society and his pushback against wokeness and socialism. I think that that's a missing thing.
No, I completely okay. This is my take on JP, right? Big fan when I was younger. Big fan. I think Jordan Peterson would have been great if he would have just stuck in his lane and kind of left it at that. But then as he got older or later on, he went into all these other avenues that he got into politics and things like that. And it's like, man, you had lightning in a bottle. You were doing great. Just stick to your lane. Everyone respected you for being the guy who came out as one of the first to push back against this nonsense, especially in Canada. Like, just, you got it, right? And as far as like philosophy and that sort of thing, sure, go down, have your lectures. Those are interesting to listen to. Just do that. But then he went into this, I don't know what the hell, like this other avenue that he thought it was worth pursuing. And then now he's like, every time I see the guy, he's on some like, interview or something, and he's crying like a baby. It's just, I mean, I'm serious. Like every other clip I see of the guy, he's like bawling his eyes out. It's like, okay, man, I get it. Like you get emotional with some stuff, but come on.
I think he's been on benzos a long time, and that's probably affected his mind. And he had that big health scare. And now he's in the midst of another health scare. So, as much, I mean, I would want to see him saved. I think that nobody has told him that his worldview is completely inside out. And what I mean by that is he looks at Jesus as if Jesus is the mascot of these ideals that are out there floating in space. And then when you combine the spectrum of ideals together, it makes up God. All the good,
yeah.
the recipe for all the good together is God. And it's like, no. God is a person. You can't have goodness as an aspect divorced from a person.
Well,
goodness has to be all the virtues you see that are existent that God in his mercy gives people from time to time is a reflection of who God is. It has to, like, you can't have an impersonal source or grounding for virtues. The virtues of themselves have to have a personal basis. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was the that was the other big criticism of him, right? Especially because he definitely had a very large Christian following, but then he refuses to admit that he's Christian, right? He won't go down that avenue.
Well, he's not.
Right. Well, we don't know. He's said over and over again he's not going to comment on it. Like he leaves it like this ambiguous thing that he doesn't want to comment on, right? Like
the way he talks about God is not the way that God talks about himself. That's
sure,
for sure.
Sure.
You can God is,
right. You can make all the critiques against like that, and they're valid. But the point, the criticism on him is that he makes it this vague thing that he refuses, like it's this big deal or something, and that is another thing that's just like, what are you doing? Like, pick a lane, like, or what, you know? But okay, so here's the Joe Rogan cracks the Pinocchio paradox, and I'm gonna try to follow this in my current state and see if I do think it actually comes down to the way Neil delivered it. I think he delivered it potentially wrong, but we'll see. Tell me if you can hear this.
Pinocchio says, "My nose."
Can you hear that?
It's kind of faint.
Kind of faint. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn it
Can you
up.
pump up the?
Oh wait.
What about the volume control in the video?
Yeah. I did
Yeah,
that.
there you go.
And then I think everything else is up. So let's start over.
Pinocchio says, "My nose is about to grow." Tell me what happens to his nose.
It grows when he lies.
He just said, "My nose is about to grow," and if it grows, that meant he was telling the truth.
No, it means
Yes.
he's about to tell a lie.
All he says is, "My nose is about to grow."
Maybe he keeps talking.
Let's tighten it up then.
Okay.
Pinocchio says, "My nose is growing."
Well, I would assume he just got done lying, so his nose is probably growing.
No.
What if he says, "My nose is growing," because his nose isn't growing, but because he lied about his nose growing, his nose grows?
No.
I just cracked it.
So basically, either way, it's growing, right? Like that's the idea. But like, watch this. No.
I'm glad you made sense to yourself.
If Pinocchio's nose was not growing and he said, "My nose is growing," that would be a lie, then his
And it
nose
would grow.
would grow.
Oh! Yeah, but that's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
It is how that works because if the growth of the nose is the lie detector,
Right.
then the actualization of the nose growing does not nullify the lie that was spoken.
Or so you're saying the paradox is in the lie, not necessarily the act of the nose growing.
So if you have a lie detector and it goes off when you tell a lie,
Right.
With Pinocchio, his lie detector is the growth of his nose.
Right.
That's the going off. So the fact that it was a lie at the time is all it's required in order for the nose to grow, regardless of whether or not the nose grows as a consequence.
Right.
Now, if he says my nose will now grow, and he doesn't believe it, and that would be a lie. And if he says my nose will now grow, and then he knows that.
Well,
it
he said
wouldn't grow because he hasn't
my
told the
nose is growing. That was the phrase he used.
Well, the first one was my nose is about to grow, which was what Neil said the first time.
Right.
And then they switched to my nose is growing.
Right. Which is present tense, like it's currently.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
interesting.
Yeah. But I just like the reaction from Neil, like, no, that's not how that works in this universe. He's like, he refuses to be wrong about anything.
In his universe.
Right.
Pinocchio cannot interact with his nose in any truthful way because the world of rules associated with his universe prevents it.
Okay. I wish he'd.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I wish he'd elaborate more, but I feel like that's just him not wanting to be wrong, and that's a common thing.
Watch the whole interview.
I feel like there's a common thing though with Neil was like he it's impossible for him to be wrong. Like he will never admit like, oh, maybe I could be, maybe if I'm wrong. Like, like I feel
Joe
like
should have
the
said,
whole like
your nose is growing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That statement, I feel like he's never uttered those words in his life. But anyway, so
you mean what he did to try and refute about the Pinocchio world? Try and refute Joe and say, no, Pinocchio world doesn't work the way you said it did.
Yeah, exactly.
It's my Pinocchio world.
I made it.
I've done science.
Yeah.
Showed it in a lab.
Yeah, he's his whole like, I don't know if he's still like his fans. I don't know if he's still super popular, right? Or if he's fallen off to some
Probably
degree.
not after the woke stuff.
Right, that's my
Because
point.
Thank God the woke stuff is like on the way. It appears to be on the way out.
Yes.
What needs to be also on the way out is the race realism stuff.
Mm.
That's like the next thing on the chopping block, because that's just wokeness plus some kind of kinist ethic. But you know, we had it on the left. We didn't like it on the left, but there's too many people on the right who like that their own version. So, excuse me. But yeah, it in the meantime, at least, it does feel refreshing to be like, okay, finally, we can understand that kids do not need to have that procedure, and anybody who does that to them needs to be punished. You know, I don't think we've gotten to the punishment part yet, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Because that is a crime. That is a sin. You want to talk about sin? That's a sin.
So wait. Back up. What is it? What is a crime? Sorry.
It should be a crime. If you trans kids, if you like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ought to be punished severely.
Yes, 100%.
You know.
So okay. So let me ask you this then.
Oh, you got your hands rubbing together, voice.
How you can just hear the audible hands rubbing to my mind. Yeah. So
examination.
How do we do? Okay, so I agree. They should be punished.
By we, I'm talking about governmental action, not
Sure.
bossy.
No. Exactly.
Not
Governmental. I'm with you. Governmental action.
Trans militia.
How do we achieve that as Christians?
Yeah, so you can do that through law. Now, I think what you're getting at is like, well, that means Christian nationalism.
Yes, it does.
The problem is, have you read The Case for Christian Nationalism, and can you tell me that reflects your understanding of what Christian nationalism is?
I can just say that. What if it doesn't? What if like that's not? What if that's not the goal? And if that's just one guy with a book.
Great. Well, that one guy with the book is definitely more popular in his worldview than your book, which doesn't exist.
Well,
so you have to. So among the palette of different card decks, among the palette of different card decks there are out there of like Christian nationalism and Christian nationalism, which one is Christian nationalism? Because you and I are already on board that we should use Christian ethics in government and in law. Here's my thing is, when people say, I'm a Christian nationalist, and what they really mean is, I'm an ethno-statist, and none of my stuff is actually built on what the Bible says. It's built on some German philosophers, which is exactly what Stephen Wolfe is, then I'm not going to hitch my wagon to that label, or anybody who says that until somebody rational wins the definition war of Christian nationalism.
I think you're overthinking it, if I'm being honest. I think you're overthinking it. I get your points, right? I get your points in having like lines in the sand of like what you will accept and what you won't. I think what it comes down to is Christians get enough voting block, they go in and a bill comes across, make transing kids illegal and also punishable by whatever, different XYZ, and then you walk into that voting booth and you pull the lever for yes. That's what it comes down to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, what I thought was, okay, here's where the overthinking must have come in. I thought your rubbing hands together was like, this is the night. He's going to say he's a Christian nationalist and it'll be all thanks to me.
No. I don't, look, call yourself whatever you want. Like, we can label it whatever you want. The idea is that Christians should be able to step into from the shadows and not espouse this hippie Jesus nonsense that they want us to be, because they recognize us as the threat to their degeneracy that it actually is, and we vote as a block that no, we're tired of this and we're going to get rid of it, and there's going to be punishment.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, that's my point.
Now, I don't comment on politics much, not because I believe Christians should be apolitical. I think that's dumb. Christians ought to be involved in politics because we care about the spiritual, eternal, and temporal good of everybody. And that also includes the punishment of evildoers by legitimate means of government and rule of law and trial by jury, things like that. So
I'm just gonna like run away. I'm gonna take
so
the super.
is that some sword tornado sorcerer?
Yes, yes. I've got like swords of. Oh, she means business. Oh, she means big business. Okay, coming over here.
What's going on?
They're just goblins are doing goblin things, and they have a boss with her that. But this is a trap, and if they come up here, they can slip. And all kind of stuff. So I'm just kind of. I've laid deadly ground for them, but Minthara. She's low. Oh my goodness, she's level 6. I didn't realize she was level 6. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
Level 6 is really high.
Yeah, it's two levels over me right now. So I'm how do I actually can I just wait? Divine okay, it doesn't affect poison. That's unfortunate.
Right.
I can't go up there, but I can kind of chill back and shoot arrows at him.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Yeah, let's do this. He should die next round.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. The live stream is circling. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. I think we're good now. Yeah,
Okay.
we're good now. Okay.
Okay.
What was I going to ask you? Okay, yeah. So as long as we're going to definitions, especially societal definitions, do you think there is such a thing as a sewing circle Christian? And what would, if there is, what is your definition of it?
I think there is. Now definition. Oh man, it's interesting to. Let me think about that for a second. A definition of a sewing circle Christian. It would definitely be a group of Christians that kind of fall into the. For the most part, from what I've seen, that like, oh yeah, I think that's like sewing circle Christians behavior is this idea of like Christians coming in and having this view of like hippie Jesus, and also like tone policing and like, oh, you shouldn't be debating, you shouldn't be saying these mean things to these completely degenerate people who like hate everything that's good, that sort of thing. That to me is sewing circle Christians. Also like kind of the like, how like you go, let's say you go to a church, right? And there's like a group of, unfortunately, stereotypes, bunch of women, right? So maybe like old hens, and they're all like together, and they want to like try to kind of like rule the roost and like tone police people and that sort of thing, right? That's also sewing circle Christians. It's like, okay, so you're trying to like, usurp or gain some sort of power structure, and you should just not be doing that at all. You should just like you should be in a kitchen making sandwiches. No, I'm just kidding. You should you should just not try to involve yourself in this, and it's not really none of your business. Like that all of that is like a umbrella term of sewing circle Christians. It's kind of like the term simp, right? Like simp behavior. Like there's a lot of things that is simp behavior, but there's no like stringent definition. It's kind of like when you see it. Does that make sense?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Because because I as you probably saw a couple weeks back, my first debate with Andrew got republished, and he entitled it "Sewing Circle Christian," or whatever.
Okay.
And I'm thinking to myself, look, I I'm the one who's saying that certain people are adulterers. You know, I'm calling things out, and I'm taking a very unpopular opinion in especially Protestant churches. You know, so I wondered what aspect of me, like, because it seems like Sewing Circle Christian from the Crucible point of view is anybody who's not gargling Andrew's bathwater. You know, anybody who is not like on board with Andrew is a Sewing Circle Christian. Now, when I think of Sewing Circle, if I was going to adopt that term and then define it, I would say, you know, somebody similar to what you were talking about, of somebody who's a busybody making a big deal out of something that doesn't matter, and preventing those who could stand up for the truth to not stand up for the truth by just, you know, standing in the way, making it more difficult, or calling it like wrong when it's actually the right thing to do, you know, things like that. But I wondered from his perspective, what would it be? What would a Sewing Circle Christian be that I would qualify me to be that? Because I did not only did I not tone police him, but he was complaining about the fact that I was, you know, not letting him interrupt me.
Well, okay, so a few things there, right? I think we both know he's not the one that puts those clips together, right? So who knows what they titled it, or why they titled it that way? I don't know. Like, why do you think?
I don't think he's the one they're editing.
Yeah, right. So I don't know, right? It's a maybe it was just a clickbait title. They're like, you know, to get views, right? Like, I don't know, like,
could be.
But
I just
mean,
wondered in what sense.
What? Yeah, like you're wondering what the justification. You're wondering the justification of what exactly does this mean, or what is the reason why it was tagged that?
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
Now he does it later with another guy. Oh, you're not sure then?
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I don't know. I'd have to watch the interview and maybe like pay super close attention, but like I couldn't tell you.
Now, I watched another video that Crucible came out with lately. I didn't watch the whole thing, but there was another one where a guy was entitled Sewing Circle Christian, and he was giving Andrew a hard time for his language and things like that. And so what Andrew said was, well, let's say there was a society where a rite of passage for a young man was that the parents, you know, you're supposed to honor your parents, right? Yeah. He says, yeah, you're supposed to honor your parents. Right, Andrew. Okay. Let's say the rite of passage was you and your parents, you beat up on each other for a bit, and then after that, you know, then it's okay. Could that be okay then? And the guy agrees with Andrew, yes. And he's like, well, what if it was, instead of that, they were just cussing each other out, you know, and that was the rite of passage for the person. Then would that be okay? And then he would say no, and then Andrew would say that would be, I think what he was getting at was that's incongruent, it's inconsistent, something like that. But I think it would be different in terms of like, there are combat sports that would not be considered like beating somebody up or assaulting somebody, right? But if you wanted to take like an actual verse, like the one that comes to mind is the one that says, bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Romans 12:14. You know, and so I'm thinking that's more of like a clear-cut thing of how we're supposed to use our tongues as far as that. I'm not telling you that I'm like perfect in this area of how I speak. That is not true, right? So I'm not telling you of this as somebody who's got this all the way down. What I'm saying is what is true, what is prescriptive of people in general, I think has been made clear on that aspect. But I see that as a totally different enterprise than like just any form of physical beating or competition in this. And I can't tell you exactly why, but it strikes different. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't know if you paid attention here, but my main guy has this in this game. No matter what my hit percentage is, he misses like 5 times out of 6 chances he attacks. So it's like an ongoing thing. Just has 75% chance and just completely miss someone who was on the ground. But anyway, going back to
don't you love games?
Going back to what you were saying. Okay, great kill. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not. What was the debate that was posted? What was it said? So it was. You told me the title, but what was the actual subject? Which one was it?
Let me look. I'm gonna go to Crucible's channel. I'll check it out. A sewing circle Christian tried correcting my language. ... That came out 18 hours ago.
Oh, so okay. Now whether you did or not, I mean, like, what do you think there was anything in that exchange where there was like language correcting, or maybe that was the reason, or what?
Well, I would say that I do agree that we shouldn't be cursing as Christians.
I see. Okay.
Got to press on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's scriptural basis for that. Now I spoke to Andrew after the debates I had, and one of the things he said was that I asked him what's something, in the Western church that those of you in the Eastern church can't relate to. That's something that's like we might take for granted, we don't see it, that you guys see it from your perspective. So along those lines. And what he said to me was legalism. And I was like, what do you mean by legalism? And with the example he gave me is like him at his home, he could be playing video games with his daughter, and then the daughter could say to him, man, I really effed you up, right? And then he could be like, yeah, you did. But in a Japanese sort of setting, if a young man said that to his father, regardless of the context, that's a no-no. That would be a sin in that case, whereas it would not be a sin, according to Andrew, in his particular society. So there was, so that's what he would say would be legalistic for, say, the Western church to say across the board. What the daughter said to him would be different, and treated differently, as opposed to, be relative to the culture and the understandings of the culture, and not just intrinsic in and of itself. So that was a interesting, different way of looking at that kind of understanding of the use of the tongue, I guess.
Okay, so legalistic was okay. So run that example by me one more time. I don't know if I really.
Yeah. So he considered it legalism to say that you can't do cursing, and the example he gave would be, let's say he's playing video games with his daughter,
right?
And his daughter wins and says, "Man, I really effed you up," right?
Okay.
And he's like, "Yeah, you did," but he says in a Japanese culture, that would actually be sin, because it would be in that context, the construct would lend itself to being disrespect, regardless of what happened in the video game. So that would, so he would say it would be a sin in the Japanese culture, but would not be a sin in the Western culture where it was accepted, something along those lines. And so the legalism there would be like having it being applied across cultures, across time, across the board. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I'm trying to understand the context of. So he's saying that in the context of his house with his daughter, it's fine, but in the context of like a Japanese household, it would be seen as disrespectful outside of the context of it being curse words. Does that follow, or am I misunderstanding this?
Yeah, I think you've actually picked up on something interesting, which I didn't pick up the first time, which would be there is like
regardless of
I don't have whiskey brain, but I do have it's really late brain. I'm at,
which is sometimes worse than whiskey brain.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to be careful about what I say, in the internet forever. So I want to parse this correctly. So there's actually, interestingly, two aspects here. There's the actual disrespect of the Japanese kid spiking the football in front of his dad after defeating him in a video game. So there's that, if that could be considered disrespectful. And then there's also the use of the curse words, which may be independently wrong and disrespectful as like the use of language for just in speech. And so my assessment was that Andrew was saying the legalism was saying that cursing is always wrong, whereas sometimes cursing can be totally fine, and if it's all, I actually don't know when Andrew would think cursing was wrong, but that's just, based on what I've seen of his, interactions. But anyway, I think there's like some cultural relativism in his application of certain things. And the legalism would say that, I think what he's saying is the legalistic view would be that there is no relativism. There's nothing else to be considered but the act itself. And I think that might be an interesting nuance for some things, but not others, where it's like an absolute. I think that in the West we see sins as more absolute, regardless of most contexts, and that in the East it's a lot more. I mean, I'm tempted to use the word loose, but I'll just be generous and say nuanced.
Right. Yeah, I because that's the way I took it. It's basically separating in the context of culture, it's separating the cursing is a separate thing than the dishonor and sin against the cult, right? Like it seems to be separating the two, where because you could, even if you don't curse, a certain act along those lines would be the point of disrespect in that culture, versus in Andrew's house, it's not considered that. That's the way I.
But what's interesting is it almost sounds like he compared apples to oranges, because the question in my mind would be about the cursing rather than the disrespect, whereas in the scenario he gave, the cursing was not required in order to achieve the disrespect. So I actually we're looking back at that now, it's interesting all these months later, I don't think he really answered the question.
Well,
now that I'm looking at it again.
Well, hold on. So, and I might be off. This may be this may be this might be spot on, or it might be completely crazy. Reverse it, where the idea of how do I express this? The idea of thought I had it, but I don't know if I have it yet. If you reverse the scenario to represent the parties represented in your question, that might give you the answer to his viewing on it. If that makes, I'm trying to.
So when you say reverse it, you mean in the scenario where she didn't cuss but said I won and you lost and celebrated about it, then that would be
no.
That would be fine. But okay, what are we reversing?
So your question. So give me your question again. I might be able to map it better. The question was what.
So what I'm saying is,
the question you gave him. Yeah.
The question I gave him is, what is something in Eastern thought that when you look at Western thought, and be like, well, that I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. Because I thought that would be a good question to figure out the pattern of his mindset from an Eastern way of thinking as opposed to the Western way of thinking. And that was the scenario he gave. And his answer was legalism. And the scenario he gave, I said, what do you mean? And then that was the scenario he gave to illustrate a comparison between two interactions, same interaction in two different societies, highlighting that the context of the culture matters to determine the sinfulness of the act, whereas the West more or less thinks that the sinfulness of the act is universal across cultures.
Got it. Okay, so here I think I can maybe summarize this, and I don't know if it'll make sense, but it makes sense in my mind, right? At least right now. Okay, so the point of that scenario is kind of like the context and the culture matters to the sin when it comes to things like that, because here's an example. if you stub your toe, right? And
yeah,
you in your mind you're like, no, fuck, like, you know, like it, like some curse word, right? But then you turn that off and then you say, gosh darn it, right? Like, right? You're not fooling God, right? Like, there's no, you're not,
right.
like, he knows what you meant, right? So, it kind of comes down to that. In the context of that, like that scenario I just gave you, the context is God knows exactly what's going on, and he has full context, and he knows you, and et cetera, et cetera. So you're not fooling him, right? In the context of a culture, if you do something along those lines that is considered extremely disrespectful, it's the context, it's the act of disrespect. Because in our culture, Western, it's like, okay, yeah, saying like the F word and I effed you up in a video game, it's like whatever. It's not disrespectful. It's like who gives a shit. But in a Japanese culture, it would be viewed as an actual disrespect against the authority of the fatherhead of the family. Does that make sense?
Right. Right, but what I'm saying is, the ball seems to have switched hands, because now we're not talking about cursing anymore. We're talking about disrespect. In the first hand, we were talking about.
Well, no. Remove.
Cursing.
Yeah, no, I get that. My point is, it is the intention inside the context that matters, is what I'm trying to say. I use the cursing as an example. Yeah. It is the intention inside the context that matters. In the context of you just by yourself stubbing your toe, the context is, you know, what I just explained. In the context of a Japanese culture, it is super disrespectful because they all understand that structure, and that's what they live under, and that would be a disrespect of the child against the father figure, the head of house. But in the Western culture, it's not, because it's just not. It's not. The child didn't mean it that way, right? It's not. It's within context. And actually, that it's funny because even though I have disagreements with the whole word games philosophy, it does kind of play into that. The context of the word games gives the intrinsic value of the words to some degree. I do think that philosophy does have merit to a degree, but it's not an absolute merit, because for the reasons that we discussed.
Yeah, I believe there is some merit to a degree with that, because you want to, I mean, when Paul says to the Jews, I became a Jew, to the Gentiles, right, likewise the Greeks became Greek, that was in order to win them to the gospel, in the context of what would appeal to them. But it did not obviously compromise his Christian conduct. And I would say that I would challenge a framework that says that all that matters is the intent, or that determines what's sin or not. That even if a culture is approving or permitting a certain thing, that ultimately it has to do with how it relates to our responsibility under God to conduct ourselves. And the argument I would use is from 2 Samuel 6, because there was a time where there was an ark. The Ark of the Covenant was being brought back to Israel on a cart, and
I think I know you had this.
Yeah. So Uzzah was the man who, well, there was a bump in the road and the cart was gonna drop the Ark of the Covenant. He went out to get it. His intent was good, but but that was not how God set it up. It was only the Levites, the priests, who were allowed to interact with the ark, and it only had to do with a specific way where you take the golden poles, the golden pole staffs, and you put them through the rings so that they would carry it like pallbearers as the ark. And that would be the only way that God allowed the transportation by human hand of the ark. And so God struck him dead, even though what he was doing in his heart he thought to be right. It was not an intent of offense towards God. It was, I mean, I don't think there's any evidence or any rationale that would say that he was intentionally sinning against God or trying to do anything but what he thought was good. But God killed him for that.
Right.
So, anyway. I'm about to head off because church is in the morning.
Yes, sir.
But if you have anything you'd like to say or close out or respond to anything I've said, and I'll just leave you. You know, it's your show. So
Yeah,
I'd like to hear anything. You'd like
No,
to say.
yeah, I glad you came up, man. That was great. I enjoyed the kind of like back and forth and discussion. I thought we had a pretty interesting conversation, even though I have whiskey brain and you have sleep deprivation brain.
Yeah.
It was a good time. Yeah, come back. Like I said, this whole like late gaming thing that I've been doing is one because it's fun, but also it's to test out like getting stream set up. And I do want to start doing a midday stream, and I have something in the works for that. I have some ideas. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But yeah, thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it, and had a good time.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Have a good one.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Now, we've got Minthara knocked out on the floor where she deserves to be. We've got her boots, which is the most important thing. Now, for whatever reason, there's this stupid eye here that just wants to be a problem, and that's the last thing we have to deal with, but whatever. I don't know why it's being problematic. This is so dumb that I have to like fight this eye.
Sometimes the only way out is through. That should work.
Zero damage. I was worried about this thing screaming and stuff, but wait, why can't I reach that?
Survival is all that matters.
Can I not go up the ladder? Cannot reach destination. Why? All right, fine. We're just gonna leave. We're gonna go in here. I don't need you. I don't need you. I'm gonna go in here. You think I'm gonna sit out there and play your silly little games? No, we're gonna go in here. We're gonna take the easy way out. We're gonna run away. Strategically, of course. I'm not a coward. There we go.
Alright, what now?
And we can even heal up. Look at that. Boom. Now we can deal with this. Alright, Minthara's severely looted. Let's see. Where are those sweet, sweet boots that Minthara had? Boots, here we go. Concentration, you gain momentum for 1 turn. While concentrating, you can't get knocked prone or be moved against your will. Those are very handy boots to have. Can't reach it. Why can I not reach that destination?
Very well.
Don't understand.
What's hiding here?
I looted all this, right? Yeah. Okay, so the next fight requires the next fight's kind of brutal, not gonna lie. Next fight's a little brutal. But I think I can get someone.
I'd love to, thanks. Up to.
I think I can get someone in the rafters, which we will need. Put our archer up there. I'm gonna put our archer up there and put her up there. I wonder if this goblin will actually trigger the rest of them. And the way he's facing, he's only got 23 HP.
Can't give up now. Out of sight, out of mind. What path lies before me?
I'm gonna go over here. So that stupid person over there, whenever they... Occasionally they can see this.
Let me work my magic. Brawl low. Immediately.
Question is, can I actually... Can I Misty Step over there? Or can I Minor Illusion? Is this gonna call a bunch of goblins? I think that'll call a bunch of goblins. So I can Misty Step right here. Let's do it.
What a charmer.
All right, cool. Well, there you go.
Count on me.
A tale for the ages. On my way.
Oh no. They're not moving. You're by yourself, bud. Can't get any damage to the guy.
Wits and blades, always sharp. Let's try this way.
Alright, come over here. Let's see if you have anything.
Mustn't let anyone see.
Where's this thing? I know it's... I think it's weak to the thunder. Yeah, thunder. And that's 1d8 thunder damage, so I don't know.
Need to press onward.
Let's not get caught off guard.
I don't have anything thunder related for this guy.
Best be on my way. These boots have seen everything.
I've got it.
I think,
What fools these mortals be.
I don't know if this thing can actually... It's immune to psychic damage.
Heating up.
Hmm.
stand in my way.
Oh, he broke the... No, don't use that. So maybe... Something tells me it's immune to necrotic. Hmm. That's a second critical miss in a row.
Still on my feet.
Yay, we got it. All right. Group them up. Group him up.
No one stopped me yet.
We're going to keep her up there.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
The Curse of the Vampire.
Better not be cursed. At the ready.
Try water. Stand in it during combat, it becomes electrified. That seems less desirable. Okay, do we have what we need to actually take out this next guy? If we look in here, he's level 5, but he has 95 HP. 95 HP, but there's quite a few gobos in here. This is probably the shortest distance to him. I could open the fight with a banishment.
No time to dally.
Oh wait, we need to turn that passive off. No more knocking people out. We're out for blood. We are out for blood. Or I could put an I could go up top, put a minor illusion on the ground, group them all together. No, that'd be bad. That'd be bad. Because he does, what is his, is it listed on him? Danger sense, things aren't, they should be. You gain this benefit, you can't be blind. To gain this benefit, you can't be blinded or incapacitated. Dark vision, extra attack. He has extra attack. Legendary action. Here we go. Once per round, when an enemy targets their ally with an ability, can use a legendary action to galvanize absolutes within 5 meters, granting them action surge. So he can grant them action surge. So we have to take this guy out. We have to go like crazy on him.
What a charmer.
So with that in mind, oh, she can see up here? What the hell? All right. How can I get above him?
Foxy.
How can I be above? I guess I can't other than invisibility. Does this ever get lit up? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're gonna use invisibility. We're gonna use invisibility on Karlach. Drink Karlach. Then have her jump. And then... oh no. I had to play some squirrely games here. I don't know why I'm sneaking. I'm invisible. Alright, cool. Karlach is now in a great... oh, wait. They can see this. I don't think they... alright, what does a banishment look like? 99% chance to banish this guy. I could just banish him. And then kill everyone else. Banish and then flood the room and kill. I think this is the option that we go with.
Down the hatch.
Did not banish him. Enemy a surprise.
Need to stay focused.
I smell blood.
Action surge again. Banishing shot. Banished. Oh my goodness.
Death is but a word away.
What a stinker. What an absolute buffoon.
Death won't take me yet.
Bro, why? Why? Why can't I hit anything? Why? Oh, hi, what's up? Hexed me. Surprise, surprised. Okay. We're gonna use... What else can I hit this with?
What's it gonna take?
You bitch.
Let me recite their demise.
This is crazy. I think I'm going to bonus action. I need to get rid of some of these guys. %. The hell out of here. Where are you going, bro?
Heading there.
You're already burning. Just go over here. Where you going, man? Running away. Alright, can she banish this guy one more time?
Poor fucker.
She can. Alright.
One can't always be a gentleman.
80%, 90%, 88%, 80%. Bro, just miss everything, I guess. Just miss everything. Who cares? Finally.
My faith will protect me.
Is there another one? Where's this guy? Oh, he's way over there. Whatever. Saved. Okay. Bless. Get over here, because he's coming. Big man's coming. Oh my God. Put him in the ground. That man's gone. No, she's coming up here. Deal with her now. Okay, that was Look, credit where it's due. That was actually pretty freaking effective, not gonna lie. Holy moly. Dude, if I could just kill, like... If I get 2 hits in a row, I would be shocked.
What do I have to lose?
Let's see. Divine Favor. Additional 1d for Radiant. Attack rolls against Celestial Fiends and Undead. We'll do that. We'll do Divine Favor. Let's do it.
Focus. On my way.
Is he the only one left? 3 damage. Is what it is. Here he comes. He's raging. All right. Holy moly. Go, 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 go. Oh, Gale bringing the damage. Holy moly. What is off balance to? Yeah, let's... Actually, I can... She's up now. Alright, man. It's on you. Bring it home. Bring it home. What do you got? Is there actually any... Drink Bloodlust once per turn, kill a foe. No, we don't want that. Let's do it. Come on. 75. Go, 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 go. Dead. It's over now, son. It's over now.
Need to stay focused.
There goes your doggy. You need to drink a potion and go over here. That dude messed your life up. Holy moly. You suck. Critical miss.
With ease.
I'm coming up there. Coming up there.
My faith will protect me.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
And with that, we've cleared the goblin camp.
What's inside?
We have cleared the goblin camp. We didn't get the XP from this, though. Unfortunately, we could have. We could have gotten the goblin, all this XP, but I'm not even sure what. Speak with dead. We're gonna take that. He was definitely a heavy hitter. That was concerning. That wombo combo of knocking my archer off the thing and then him running over and just absolutely destroying her was crazy. Smoke powder.
Something good here, I hope.
Smoke powder. We got more smoke powder soon. Oh man, we're getting so many smoke powder barrels. We can definitely. I can't wait to fight Kaga. I think there's a way to. I think if we do it right, there's going to be a way to just delete her from existence in a few turns. Faithbreaker. Versatile weapon. It's kind of cool. Might be able to put that on somebody. Send this to Karlach. We're so close. 11 XP. 11. I only need 11 XP. We need a vendor. That was quite a conversation, Var. Yeah, Var. That's kind of, not unusual when you get two guys together who are into debate and talking about ideas and arguments, and it just kind of it's kind of like a natural thing. Send to camp. There we go. But in other news, we have increased our stockpile of powder smoke barrels, which should help with the whole Kaga situation. Actually, I'm curious what this Mind Flayer has to say. I wonder if I can do the whole... Let me do this. I have a scroll, so I'm just going to do it. Talk to this Mind Flayer. Might be some
worms in recognition.
Oh, that thing is burrowing through my brain.
My brain worm, no!
This creature is responsible for your parasite.
It's you.
It's waiting for your questions.
You did this to me. Tell me who the Absolute is.
Fractured images fill your mind. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. You see other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power.
Why did you abduct me?
Dark, empty pods flicker across your vision. They demand new flesh.
How do I get rid of the parasite?
You see the tadpole in the Mind Flayer's hand. Not a parasite. Perfection. Rebirth is sloughing flesh. A new skull housing cold, sharp intellect.
I don't want to be one of us. I don't want to. You're not gonna get me with your brain worm. Yeah, where's the absolute one with the goblins?
You see Draw Ragslin writhe. A tadpole clings to the Mind Flayer's fingers. The Goblin King bows, obedient. The flesh of his tribe becomes the flesh of the Absolute. You see dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spreads through the earth. The sky splits open and nautiloids pour out of a void that consumes the stars. The Mind Flayer's corpse twitches, then collapses again. It will speak no more.
Well, it really didn't do much speaking. It just kind of invaded our minds. Let's talk to this guy. What's up, buddy?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Hey, what did you want the Mind Flayer?
Fugitives. Needs. Absolute. Binds. Obedience.
Alright, well. That's cool, man. See you later, I guess. Now we need to loot the treasure room. And then... What next? What next? The only real thing... We have the Spider Queen to deal with. We have Kaga to deal with. Ooh. Advantage on melee attacks rolls while surrounded by 2 or more foes. Interesting. Saloon Stream. Okay, I don't know why it blew up like that, but whatever. Huh. We are done here. We've cleared out all the heretics in the Goblin camp. They're all dealt with. Oh, wait. The spider's still down here. We can go kill the spiders, too. We can't let the spiders go. They might cause problems. We don't want this to... Hit the lever. I feel like I should put on a different necklace. Guidance. Animal friendship. What does this do? An ally you touch regains hit points, but possibly falls asleep. This is the worst item ever. What are you talking about? Wow, there really isn't much, is there? I mean, I could do the aid. That'd be the only thing. They have advantage on death saving throws. Sure. Whatever. Let's see. Shadowheart has... She can make water. 1 to 10 would be a better... Yeah, let's give her that, actually. She can swap out to the other thing if she needs to, but... I need 11 XP. 11. Actually, I should get that on the way to... Or no, actually kill these things. These things, I can kill these things. That's what I can do.
No one back home will ever believe this.
And then I can long rest. They seem to not be hostile, though.
How much farther can I go?
The spider seems poised to attack. but she hesitates, tapping her claws as if trying to communicate. The other spider echoes her.
Clap your hands together, mimicking her movements. Oh my god. My paladin is the worst at rolling any kind of dice. I should just let Gale run the party. Like, he can at least hit things. Do I really want to do this? Sorry, wretched creatures. I'm not wasting another inspiration on you.
Sound and your movement agitate her. She prepares to strike.
How many of them are in there? Level 3, 2 level 3s. Whatever, man. You guys suck. I thought we could be friends. But I guess not. I'm just gonna go in, man. I'm just gonna go in. No, wait.
Knight to King 5.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go... Can I even... Oh. Oh, I can. Booming blade. Gale is so freaking cool. Why can't my guy be that cool? Why can't he hit all the time like that and crit all the time? Whatever. It's so stupid. Let's blind the big one. Now you're blinded. You're a blinded, stupid spider. That's what you are. We'll blind you too. Never mind, you're dead. Missed. See? Shouldn't have got all agitated.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Why don't you just, why don't you just get over here and wreck this thing? Oh! And miss. Again! Where's the combat log? Manhand attack on large spider. Missed. Why doesn't it tell me more information? That is a combat log. It doesn't give me the rolls? Okay. That's useful. Thank you. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. That tells me so much. Alright, Gale, bring it home. One short.
This is gonna feel good.
Level up, baby. At least 2 of us got leveled up.
No, never mind.
Alright, this is a big level. This is a big level. Level 5. No, 4. Wait. What am I? I think it's level 5. Yes, level 5. Extra attack. And I get my oath spells, which is Misty Step and Hold Person. Very, very cool. That is a huge power spike. Magic weapon and branding smite. Might be cool. Honestly, the rest of them kind of stays the same. I don't really need protection from poison could be cool. affecting it and granted protection against poison influence until long rest. Actually, this might be worth taking because we are going to go into the going to fight that spider soon. Every time I think Kenny says every time I see a giant spider I think of Zabia. I'm not sure what that is, man. What exactly? You have to elaborate a little bit. Give me some context. Shadowheart, other than being, you know, maybe. Oh, wait. Actually, no. This is a very important. This is actually good. We're gonna take off this, and she gets Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians, one of the low-key, most OP spells in the game. And then we're going to keep Calm Emotions. That will come in handy. We'll take out a Hold Person. We'll get Glyph of Warding. And honestly, that's kind of that's probably it. That's probably it. That's probably it. Wait, why did the rest of the party level up? $56 XP, 51 XP. Great. Okay, so they'll get their level basically when we go and kill like 2 more things.
Can't give up now.
All right. Well, onward to what's the next thing? Kaga. We actually do need to deal with Kaga next. And now that we have level 5, that'll work out good because we need to go and go to the meeting place, whether we got the letter from Kaga, and then that'll lead us into the hags area. But we'll just go down there and fight that stuff. That'll get the rest of the party level 5. And then we'll be able to just yeet and delete Kaga, hopefully. But, let's see, who are we? Yeah, we're kind of low on spell slots. And Gale does not have any more. You can't sing anymore. Yeah, we definitely need a rest. We need a long rest. We need a long rest. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've come a long way. We've done a lot. We defeated Minthara. We took out the spiders. We fought the goblin leader guy who deleted our archer in 1 turn, but we still beat him. We kind of cleared out all the heretics in the goblin camp. They're all purged. The only one left is Helzen chilling in bear form. So I think the next thing is to actually, like I said, go into the swamp, get level 5 for everyone, go deal with Kaga, because unfortunately for Kaga, she has a very, very cool necklace that we can only get if she is no longer breathing. So that's just the unfortunate reality of her situation. So we'll go deal with her. Then we'll go pick up Helzen and let him come back and do all that. And then we're not too much more as far as content goes, other than the hag. I don't remember what level the hag is. But level 5, we should be able to take her, I think. And then once all that's done, I think that's it for the surface level in the area we're at. Then the next will be going into the Underdark and doing everything in the Underdark, which is a whole thing in of itself. That's a long area. But good seeing you, Kenny. Good seeing you, Vara. Thanks for everybody else that stopped by to say hi. I think this is a good place to stop. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. I think there's a pretty good likelihood. I'll try to see if I can't get another session in, and we'll see if we can do all the things that I listed. But I'm gonna head out for the night because it is very late and I'm very tired. But I wish you all a great evening, great day, wherever your time zone you're in, and God bless, and take care. I'll see you next time.